Moonlight. Love chapters, where love howls with the moon. Werewolves, passion, and darkness. Open your chapter. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Chapter 10. I called Mom in the morning. She didn't answer her phone. Dad didn't answer his. They'd already left for the hospital, I was guessing. Mom never gave me an answer to my question. No, that was the answer. She hadn't changed her mind. She wouldn't let me save her. We have to trust the doctors and modern medical science to do it. To tell the truth, I was glad. And if science didn't work, if the surgery didn't remove it all, well, I could ask her again. And again. I left a message apologizing for not being there. She'd want the whole family there as they wheeled her into surgery. She'd be disappointed. But right now I felt like the best way I could protect my family was by staying away from them. We had a plan but had to wait to put it in motion, and it was killing me. The show wasn't until Friday night. I had to make it all the way through Friday first. We had a lot to do to get ready. And if we were on the move, Carl couldn't find us. Ben and I drove to Longmont to take a look at Cormac's storage unit. The Jeep was parked at Ben's mother's house, a bungalow near downtown, one of those cute little houses built in the 30s, all brick and tiny rooms, with a porch in front and a shutout back. I still haven't met your mom, I said as we walked around back to the end of the driveway. She's at work now. Let's get this over with. I don't want to explain to her why we're getting into Cormac's Jeep. I couldn't blame him. Cormac hunted vampires and werewolves because that was what his father, Ben's mother's brother, had done, and their father before him. It ran in the family. Ben's mother knew enough to guess what kind of trouble we'd gotten involved in. Ben hadn't yet told her that he'd been infected with lycanthropy, that he'd become one of the family's enemies. I wasn't sure she knew that we'd shacked up together. It was all just as well. The key was right where Cormac said it would be, and Ben knew the storage place it went with. Cormac had rented a small unit, the size of a walk-in closet. This was somehow comforting. I'd been afraid that Cormac needed a warehouse to contain his arsenal. Yeah, this'll definitely be useful, Ben said after stepping into the closet and turning on the light. I think some of it's my dad's. Cormac moved it off the ranch when it looked like the feds were going to haul him in. Ben's father, Cormac's uncle, had been active in a militia in the 90s. He was now serving time for illegal weapons possession and conspiracy charges. Ben hadn't spoken to him in almost a decade. Most of the stash was organized, stacked neatly on shelves, rifle cases on the bottom, other boxes and metal cases higher up, boxes of bullets, and I didn't have to look to know that many of them were silver. In the back, longer weapons lay propped in a corner. Javelins, spears, even some of those tips gleamed silver. Several crossbows of various shapes and strengths lay on another shelf. Cormac could kill anything, almost any way he wanted to with this stuff. He must have been gathering the collection for years. Or maybe he'd inherited it. The wood on some of the pieces seemed well varnished and smelled of age. Ben brought an empty box from the car and started putting items into it. He opened cases, chose or rejected individual weapons based on no criteria I could name. Then he packed several boxes of ammunition and covered a pair of the crossbows with a tarp before bringing them into the light and loading them into the trunk. Point of no return, I said softly. Is this going to work? What if I get everyone killed? Second thoughts, he said, leaning on the doorframe. It's got to be done. I don't know how else to do it. Ben gave my arm a comforting squeeze. I was too startled to respond. It had been my idea to go to the shooting range next and get some more practice. I had a feeling I needed all the practice in the world, and it still wouldn't be enough. We spent an hour shooting, burning through several boxes of plain ammunition. I was starting to understand the attraction of shooting things. Mostly, it was the noise. Even with the earphones, each shot burst like an explosion in my head. The noise traveled through my bones. It rattled loose everything else, the worries, anxieties, fears. All that remained was the noise and the punctured target a couple dozen yards away. I was getting better. All the shots hit the paper now. Most hit the center of the black target. Ben and I didn't say a word to each other. Back of the car, Ben put on gloves and reloaded the clips with silver bullets. Where does Cormac get those? I asked. Is there some kind of mail order catalog? A website? There's a guy in Laramie who makes them, Ben said. Been doing it for years. Everybody get them from this guy?
No.
Other people make them. There's a community out there. Cormac's not the only one who does what he does. I should have known that, but it was still a sobering thought. Shining a light into this shadow world didn't illuminate much of anything. It only made more shadows. Darker shadows. All this time, all these miles, I was still ignorant. Community, huh? Is there a union? Conventions? He just smiled. I picked one of the silver bullets from the box and held it in my bare hand. Instantly, it started to itch, and a rash developed, splotchy red. I kept it in my palm, letting it burn. What are you doing? Ben said. I didn't know. Letting the pain grow, I stared at the shining capsule in my hand. It gleamed, brighter than the ones we'd spent on paper targets, like a bit of frozen mercury or a piece of jewelry, beautiful almost. Like magic. This little thing could kill me. And I held it, inert, like playing with fire. Ben picked it off my hand and slid it into the clip. I rubbed my hand on my jeans. Slowly, the pain and the rash faded. Maybe we won't have to shoot anyone, I said. Maybe they'll just leave. Maybe I can convince them to leave town. Leave us alone. Ben took a long pause before saying, maybe. I don't want to have to shoot anyone, Ben. Another long pause. Then it's a good thing Dak and I are around. He packed the guns into the trunk and went to the driver's seat. This'll work, I said as we drove away. Yeah, Ben said. Neither one of us sounded sure. Finally, it was time. Rick settled into the chair in the studio. He looked distinctly nervous, his gaze unsettled, his skin too pale, even for a vampire. I wanted this all to be over just to see Rick back to normal. I was used to seeing him confident and even amiable. At least he was back to the suave Rick I was used to, all polish and expensive clothing. I'm only here because I have nothing to lose, he said. Oh, don't sound so glum. This'll be fun. Matt back in the booth didn't look so sure. Rick also looked skeptical. Humor me a little longer, I said. Then it'll be all over. I leave it to you. You're the professional. He put on the headphones, glaring at me. I have a small request, though. You need to call me Ricardo. That your real name? It's a master's name. And that was another thing about vampires. Why do they have such a problem with nicknames? Whatever you say. Nothing more than sheer, pig-headed enthusiasm was carrying me along at this point. Show business, baby. Matt counted down and the music queued up. Good night, everyone, and welcome to the midnight hour. It's vampires again tonight. It might sound like I've been doing a lot of shows on vampires lately, but that's just the way it goes. There seem to be a lot of them around at the moment. This time it's vampire politics. Like any other community, they have their leaders, their followers, their structures, their organizations, and their problems. Here to help us talk about vampires' wily ways and notions is a very special guest, Denver's own master vampire, Ricardo. This was going to piss a lot of people off. Kind of like kicking a wasp's nest. Hi, Ricardo. How are you this fine evening? I'm just wonderful, he said, gritting his teeth but managing to sound honest. The microphone would hear honest, at least. It's an honor to be on your show. Thank you. That's great to hear, I said. I was starting to think most vampires put up with me because they think I'm cute and harmless. Oh, I wouldn't accuse you of that. Wait, which one? He just smiled. Right, moving on. Tonight, I'd like to delve into some of the secrets, the hows and whys, the questions that never see the light of day, so to speak. But first, do you think you'll get in trouble for answering such questions? For breaking the code of secrecy? Oh, probably. One thing or another will get me in trouble. So, being a vampire is dangerous stuff.
Yes.
Usually, people assume immortality comes with vampirism, but you'd be surprised how much work the immortality takes. The old vampires are dangerous because they know what it takes to survive. Take note of that, all you wannabes out there. So, Ricardo, how did you become the master of Denver? Finesse, he said, his face perfectly straight. Sometimes it's just a matter of walking in and saying, here I am. Oh my God, I loved it. Is that how such transitions usually take place? Usually they're quite violent. Vampires are territorial. Taking another vampire's territory isn't something to be done lightly. But I firmly believe this territory is better off in my hands than my predecessors. This sounded like a political campaign, which was exactly the right description, I supposed. Except the tactics threatened to get much more vicious. Better off?
How?
Safer. For vampires. For everyone. Wait a minute, I may not know much, but I know vampires keep to themselves. Most of the fine citizens of Denver have never interacted with a vampire and wouldn't know one if they met one. How does a city's master vampire keep the city safe for everyone? I knew the answer. This was for the benefit of my listeners. Because when a master vampire can't control his followers, the rest of the city's vampires, then no one is safe from them. They will hunt indiscriminately, uncontrolled. They'll kill. Most people never notice vampires because they're kept in check. They don't kill for blood. When that control is gone, he left the statement hanging ominously. It's the same with werewolves, you know that. The system, alphas commanding their packs, masters controlling the vampires, had been handed down for centuries. Most of our kinds knew they had to stay hidden to survive, to avoid the mob with torches and pitchforks scenario. Occasionally, though, we had rogues who lacked common sense. We had to police ourselves. The system was archaic, born in the days of monarchs and empires. It showed, even in someone relatively down-to-earth like Rick. I do, and we'll maybe get to that later in the show. But here's a question for you. Do you think maybe the system is outdated? That caught him off guard. He narrowed his gaze at me. I said, I don't expect you to tell me your age. I haven't yet gotten a vampire to admit his age. But tell me this. Were you born in a country with a king? An absolute monarch, in the days when that actually meant something more than getting chased by paparazzi. Cautiously, he said, yes. I filled in a few holes. He'd been born in Europe at least a couple hundred years ago. With a name like Ricardo, that probably meant Spain. Lots of holes remained, like when he'd become a vampire, when he'd come to America, and the eternal question, how old was he really? Then does Denver even need a master? Or do you think the system is outdated? I honestly wanted to know, and I had no idea what he was going to say. I thought you were supposed to be making me look good. I decided to go for heavy-hitting philosophy instead. He took what I threw at him in stride, with a narrow gaze and nary a beat missed. I think we already answered that question. You've met some of the vampires in question, and I don't think you'd really want them to have free run of the city. It was hard to tell the difference from my end. They all seemed arrogant and selfish. They all wanted you to know they could own you if they chose to, if they didn't have someone like Arturo holding them back. You've got a point, I said. Rick continued. The system isn't absolute. The master isn't an absolute monarch. The relationship works both ways. It's based on a more ancient, feudal form than anything most modern people are used to dealing with. Vampires put themselves under control of a master. In return, the master owes them protection. And if a master can no longer provide his followers that safety, that's when the system falls apart. And you're saying Denver's old master couldn't provide that protection for his followers? Yes, I am. Let's open the lines and see what else we can coax out of Ricardo. Amanda, you're on the air. Thanks for taking my call. Of course. And Ricardo. Wow, this is such an honor. I'd warned Rick people might fan out over him. Even now, I found it a little baffling. What's your question, Amanda? I asked. Ricardo, are you, like, hot? Rick blinked at me, clearly looking for a lifeline. I just smiled. I ran the show.
He was on his own.
Let's see how he handles a little heat. Do vampires even sweat? Why does no one ever ask if vampires sweat? Could you clarify that a bit? Rick asked politely. I silently applauded his diplomacy. I've seen all these movies, and the vampires are always ridiculously good-looking. I was wondering, are all master vampires super attractive in real life? Finally, Rick smiled. Might have even been a hint of a blush. I don't think I'm the best judge of my own looks. Kitty, care to weigh in? He's not bad. Got a bit of that tall, dark, handsome thing going on. Too generous, he replied, with enough sarcasm to keep it humble. Thing is, Amanda, I added, Vampires want your blood. Looking good is part of the strategy. It's bait. They're like those creepy deep-sea fish with glowing lures. Rick arched a brow. Tentacle lights? Anyway, moving on. Next caller. And on we went. I shoved the bigger plan to the back of my mind and focused on the show. Having Rick on the air was something I'd wanted for ages, and that part of the night, at least, was going great. After an hour, though, I started to worry. I expected something to happen by now. My phone was ready. Dak was watching my parents' place, Ben was with my mom at the hospital, and Charlie and Violet had eyes on Cheryl's. They all had orders. If something went down, call 911. Sirens might buy us just enough time to act. But the phone stayed silent. I couldn't help but wonder what was happening outside the studio. Dare I even ask? Then it came. The first threat, sharp and ready to strike. Matt's voice came through my headset. Kitty, line 3 is active. The private line. Only a few had that number, and I had a pretty good idea who this was. I answered cautiously. Hello. Catherine. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you will pay for this. I would have left you alone, but you've picked your side and now.
Gotcha.
Hook, line, and sinker. I threw the line live.
Arturo.
Welcome to the midnight hour. You're on the air. Oh no, he growled. You will not make a mockery of this. His accent thickened with rage. I had to wonder. What was Arturo before he became a vampire? I've got Ricardo here, I said. Want to say hello? Rick, he snapped. This wins you nothing. Call it a warning shot, Rick replied. I leaned back. Time to watch the sparks fly. You couldn't win with an army behind you. What makes you think you can do it over radio? Because you weren't this angry when I had the army, Rick said. You'll regret going public with this fight. I'm not the one who left a warehouse full of corpses for the police. Catherine will regret going public. She knows the risks. Rick and I shared a glance. Shared purpose. Shared resolve. This was war, and we were in the trenches together. She doesn't understand. You've kept her in the dark, haven't you? You talk about order, but you've left out the worst of it. You haven't told her what's really out there. What else is hungry for our cities? Rick looked uneasy. Arturo had hit a nerve. He hadn't told me everything. When Denver falls. Why are you so sure I won't protect it? Rick shot back. What are you even talking about? I cut in. Protect it from what? Silence. Jackpot. The hidden truth behind the vampire world was cracking open. What are you afraid of? I pressed. What are vampires afraid of? Losing control, Rick said quietly. Control? Like losing it and doing show tunes or something? Control is what vampires are, Rick said. Power, Arturo added. Who holds it and how? Newsflash. That's true of everyone. Most people just want to control their own lives. You guys are the ones obsessed with your own importance. Rick tried to speak. Kitty. No, you too, Rick. You may be one of the good ones, but you're still talking like you know best. Well, guess what? You're going to have to start including the rest of us.
Whoa.
That had been building for a while. I didn't apologize, it needed to be said. Silence.
Dead air.
I scrambled for something clever to follow up with. Arturo got in first.
Rick.
You don't have the strength to see this through. You wanted a salvo? I'll show you a salvo.
Click.
He hung up. That's when I saw Matt waving, tapping his watch. I was out of time. I jumped in. Okay, I've got 20 seconds to sum that up. I can't really explain what just happened. All I can say is, Ricardo's a friend, but even friends have enemies. Anyone thinking vampirism is a quick fix, think again. You're trading one problem for another. Stay safe, everyone. I'm Kitty Norville, voice of the night. The on-air sign went dark. I saw Matt let out a long breath. You're right, Rick said softly. We've ruled for centuries, with no thought for the cost. It's a hard habit to break. I tried a warm smile. Good to hear you admit it, but we'll dig into the ethics later. That was just phase 1. Matt came in. Kitty, what the hell is going on? Rick and I were halfway out the door. I'll fill you in after it's over. I don't like the sound of that. You're not supposed to. Do me a favor. If anything weird happens here, anyone goes missing, strangers hanging around, don't think. Just call 911. Kitty, what the hell?
I'm sorry.
I can't explain. Later. I hoped. My heart was pounding like crazy. Carl and Meg didn't need to kill me. The stress would do it for them. We stepped out into the fading night. 4 hours till dawn. Not much time. Ben was already waiting in the parking lot. Sean pulled in right on schedule. My team, my pack was growing. That was both reassuring and terrifying. We'd poked the bear. Now it was Carl's turn. I had to keep charging ahead before I lost my nerve. I could still walk away, right? As Ben and Sean approached, I said, "Hey, guys." They didn't look at each other, just me. Their body language was eerie, wolfish. Their glances, the way they circled me instead of each other, it was all instinct. No eye contact. No challenge. Just silent sizing up. Did they even realize? I eased my shoulders, trying to cool the tension in the air. I needed them united.
Trusting.
A pack. Ben, this is Sean.
Shun, Ben.
They nodded, no handshake. Eyes lowered. Space maintained. But their noses were working overtime. He's yours? Sean asked. The subtext was clear. Is he your mate, your alpha, and mine too? Yeah, I said. He gave a nod and stepped back, letting Ben go ahead.
Clearing the way.
This whole thing felt surreal. Okay, I said. Let's get going. Good hunting, Kitty, Rick said, heading toward his BMW. He was on his way to the hospital to stay with my mom until sunrise. Be careful. You too. The three of us got into my car. So, where are we headed? Sean finally asked as I merged onto Highway 6, aiming for Golden. I hadn't filled him in, just told him I needed someone to come along. He hadn't asked questions, which I appreciated. We're going to the park and ride on 93. We'll leave the car there, hike into the hills, and start marking territory. You're not serious, Sean said.
Ben grinned.
Whole new definition of a pissing contest. Sean gave a low whistle. Carl's going to lose his mind. That's the plan. It's not a full moon, so he and the others won't be out. He won't realize anything's happened until he steps outside tomorrow and catches the scent. He'll know. Someone's invaded. He'll smell us. I've never done anything like this, Ben said. Weirdly, it sounds kind of fun. I wasn't sure if he meant it, and I felt bad. He didn't truly understand what I was dragging him into. He'd met Carl and Meg, sure, but he didn't know what it meant to fight for dominance. He was used to courtroom battles, where people play by rules. This wasn't even in the same universe as rules. You're nuts, Sean muttered.
We're gonna die.
No question. Ben looked at him over the seat. Then why'd you come? We're not going to die, I said. We'll keep moving, stay quick, avoid detection. Sean wasn't convinced. Easy for you to say, you're human. But what about when we're wolves? How are you planning to remember all that? I'll remind you, I said, voice low, almost a growl. I gave him a sharp glance in the rearview mirror. He got the message and shrank back slightly. A girl could get used to that kind of authority. But not now. Now we had work to do. If you're not sure about this, Sean, you don't have to go through with it. I'll take you back. No hard feelings. I'm in. I'm just nervous, that's all. He could have said scared, and it would have been just as true. I get it. But think about the big picture. We're doing this to stop things like what happened to Jenny from happening again. Yeah, I know. Ben rested his hand on my leg, a quiet gesture of reassurance. I hadn't realized how tense I was until I flinched slightly. But his touch calmed me. Stay focused. We've got this. We arrived sooner than I expected. No traffic at 2 a.m., I guess. We can still back out, I said after turning off the engine. You're the alpha, Ben replied. Isn't this your call? Ben, I almost whined. Are you two married or something? Sean said. You sound like you're married. I dropped my forehead to the steering wheel and groaned. How is this my life? I didn't even want to look at Ben's face after that comment. Sean added quickly. I meant it in a good way. You're way better than Carl and Meg. What do they sound like when they argue? I asked.
They don't argue.
They don't even talk. Compared to them, you're Ozzy and Harriet. Ben patted my arm. Come on, honey. When this is all over, you can fix me a martini and find my slippers. We got out of the car. Yeah, that's not happening. Ben looked at Sean.
See?
Definitely not Ozzy and Harriet. Sean just shook his head, and I could tell he was trying not to laugh. The ridge ahead stretched north and west, leading to the Flatirons, right along the edge of Carl's territory. He and his pack liked this area, even though they sometimes roamed deeper into the mountains. These foothills and plains were their usual ground. We were about to kick the hornet's nest. The wolf inside me stirred, restless, angry. For once, we were on the same page. Carl had broken the pack's trust. He'd murdered wolves he was supposed to protect. He was no true alpha, and it was time someone did something about it. I climbed the slope, heading into the wilderness. I felt more than saw Ben and Sean hesitate before following. Even if one of them had called out, I don't think I could have answered, not in human words. I was slipping into the wolf's world. Step 1. Find a den. I located one in the pine groves above Coal Creek Canyon. The trees hid a small hollow that was invisible from below. It would work, a safe place to stash clothes and rest later, and close enough to the car for a quick escape. I started undressing. Sean followed my lead. Ben watched. This feels strange, Ben said. Undressing in front of someone I barely know. It's like leaving the curtains open during sex. He didn't get it yet. In a real pack, nudity wasn't sexual, it was just part of the shift. So far, he'd only changed with me, and sure, that often turned intimate after. I couldn't blame him for the association. But still, get your head out of the gutter. Can we trust him? Ben's tone turned serious. And he was right to ask. We were walking into a war. There could be spies. I only knew Sean from the past. We shared a dislike of Carl, but that wasn't much to go on. You can trust me, Sean said, already half undressed. I trust her. His gaze locked on mine, focused, steady, the look of someone ready to follow orders. I didn't feel like I'd earned that loyalty. Not yet. Not after Jenny. I nodded, the only acknowledgement I could give. He finished stripping. Sweat beaded his skin. His hands had begun to shift, thickening, his spine arching. Ben noticed. He clenched his fists, hair damp with anticipation. He was close, too. Ben. I touched his hand, and he gripped mine in return. I stepped closer. I need you, okay? I can't do this alone. You seem to be holding up just fine. His cheek brushed against mine, and his hand moved gently along my back. God, I wanted him. I wanted to forget everything else and run off into the woods with him. We kissed, and it was hot, intense, urgent. A farewell kiss before the storm. Later, I whispered, hoping he was thinking the same thing. He gave a slight nod. Nearby, Sean let out a grunt, or rather, what had been Sean grunted. Now in his place stood a sleek, dark silver wolf. He gave a shake of his fur and turned toward us, his tail lowered in a cautious query. Ben was trembling, holding his wolf just beneath the surface. I began unbuttoning his shirt.
Come on.
It's time. We managed to get most of his clothes off before the shift took him. He dropped, kicking out of his jeans as his body transformed, bones reshaping, skin rippling as the wolf surged through him. He didn't make a sound, just surrendered to it, smooth as flowing water. His wolf was a rusty gray, fading to cream along his snout and belly. The two wolves met, heads lowered, sniffing. Ben growled, and Sean immediately dropped, tail tucked. That was it. Pack hierarchy established. Ben was the alpha. I couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. I looked at my wolves. When I knelt, they came to me, brushing against me, sniffing, and I stroked their fur. Thank you for trusting me, I whispered. Maybe they understood. Maybe they didn't. But Ben's tail gave a single wag.
Go, go, go.
Wolf was right. I couldn't hold back anymore. Underscore 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 underscore. This was war. This was the moment.
The breach.
The chaos. The defiance of boundaries. Pushing into another pack's land, drawn to the alien scent of the enemy. Danger so close it made her for rise and a growl build in her throat. And still, she sought it, hungry for it. The threat only sharpened her resolve. She knew, we are stronger. We will win. We must.
She had a pack.
Small but hers. Her mate and the other flanked her, their strides devouring the ground. Sometimes a lope, sometimes a trot, always forward. At every boundary, every marker, they left their own scent. At the places where the rival pack had marked, they lingered longer. Even amid the tension, there was joy. She called a pause and they played, snapping, leaping, yipping. Her mate caught a rabbit, and they shared the meal. Then they moved on again, aware of what was coming. She felt dawn approaching before she saw it. The lightning sky, the first bird song. Just as war had driven them through the night, now the instinct to rest took hold. They needed to be away before sunrise. She led them back to their den, where they curled up together, noses to tails, bodies touching. Safe for now. Underscore 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 underscore. I woke in an unfamiliar place, feeling strange shapes and warmth around me. I was on my side, lying on dry grass beneath the shadow of pine boughs. Ben was pressed close, his head resting on my chest, one arm draped over my waist, the other tucked in between. He snored softly, adorable really. Behind me, Sean was curled up, his back against mine, breathing deeply in sleep. A pack. Naked, tangled, warm. I'd forgotten what it was like to feel this safe. But we weren't safe. We were still in enemy territory, and we'd left a nice little territorial message that could go off at any minute. I nudged Sean with an elbow and shook Ben. Time to move. Up, let's go. Ben groaned, grabbed me tighter, and pulled himself closer. His eyes were still closed. Then he started nuzzling my neck, working his way to my ear, where he began to nibble. Oh, he knew exactly what he was doing. My knees went weak. Ben, this isn't. Oh, come on, a little voice in my head said. No. A big voice.
No.
This wasn't the time. Or the place.
Ben.
Stop. I cupped his face in my hands. His eyes opened at last, then flicked to where Sean was now awake and watching. Don't stop on my account, Sean said with a teasing smirk. Ben gave me a pointed look, half smile, half scowl. I didn't sign up for this, he muttered, nodding toward Sean. You didn't sign up for any of this. I kissed his forehead. Ozzy and Harriet, Sean muttered, shaking his head in mock disbelief. I shot him a glare. Let's just go. Sean was still smiling, oddly at peace with everything. It's good to have you back, Kitty. Grown up and ready to fight. I wondered what he saw in me now. I used to be so unsure, so weak. Then I vanished for months and returned ready to go to war. And somehow that made him proud? Maybe he saw something I hadn't. Thanks, I said, reaching out to him. He clasped my hand, pack, allies. I wanted to hug them both, even if Ben would complain. But Ben was already alert, scanning the distance beyond the trees. Someone's coming. Damn it. We'd lingered too long. Who? I whispered. The three of us straightened, faces lifted, sniffing, three wolves in human skin, alert and on edge. She's upwind, Sean said. She wants us to know she's here.
She. Meg.
My heart leapt in fear. But no, this was a Meg. I knew her scent too well. This one was unfamiliar. Meg wouldn't announce herself. She'd strike, and she wouldn't be alone. This presence was solo and deliberate. We waited, silent, until she stepped from the trees. Average build, average height, but with sharp lines, keen eyes, taut limbs, short auburn hair brushing her jaw. A tank top and shorts, like any early morning jogger, except for the guarded look in her eyes and the tension in her stance, like hackles waiting to rise. "Becky," I said. She was another one of Carl's, a couple years older than me both in chronological age and in time as a lycanthrope. She was tough, maintaining a spot in the middle to upper end of the pack hierarchy. She was one of the ones who thrived in this life. My first thought, I had underestimated him. Carl had expected something like this and sent a patrol. He was ready for us and we'd been caught. We'd lost. Sitting here in the great outdoors, naked, along with the two men, I couldn't help but feel like I'd been caught at something illicit. That made me blush, and the blushing made me angry. But then, she'd been the one who tried to help Jenny. What was she doing here now? "What are you going to tell Carl?" I said. "You going to run back and tell him we're right here, easy pickings? Is that what he sent you out here to find?" She shook her head, and her voice was low. "He didn't send me. I came out here for a walk. To think. I do that sometimes. Then I smelled you and followed you here." I was taken aback. "Carl doesn't know we're here?" "Oh, he will. You guys were busy last night." A smile flickered, and she looked away. To the wolves, that was a gesture of peace, of submission. It heartened me. "You're going to tell him?" "No," she said. She licked her lips. Gaze downcast, she said, "I want to join you. Take me with you." Chapter 11. We'd baited the wolves, set a trap hoping to draw them out into the open. The idea was simple. Make them mad, catch them off guard, and maybe, just maybe, they'd get sloppy. It sounded great in theory. That is, if I'd bothered to write it down anywhere. In the meantime, the four of us grabbed breakfast. I looked around and realized I had a pack now. 4 of us. When had that happened? As we sipped coffee, Sean filled me in on what had been happening with the others. "You remember Gabe? The courier from Boulder? Mid-30s, marathon runner."
"Yeah, him."
He was the first. After TJ was gone, Carl started to crack. He got paranoid, thought everyone was challenging him. Started cracking down just to show he was still in control. Most of us kept our heads down.
"You know how it is."
But Gabe, he tried to reason with Carl. Thought he could appeal to his better side. But Carl, Sean looked away, trying to collect himself. He went too far. "Gabe used to listen to your show. Never told you. Never told Carl either. But he liked what you had to say about holding on to your humanity. I guess he felt he had to try." And now I could add Gabe to the growing list of people I might have gotten killed. Just one more reason to doubt I was ready for this. Sean continued. "It hasn't stopped. Carl keeps flexing, making examples of people. And we keep falling in line out of fear. I've got dreams, Kitty. I want to open a place of my own someday, a restaurant, maybe a bar. But Carl, he's made it clear he'd burn it to the ground before letting anyone else succeed. He won't tolerate anyone having power but him. And now he's dragging us into our churros turf war, acting like we're disposable. I don't think he even sees us as people anymore." Rick had warned me the local pack was in bad shape. This was my first time really hearing it from someone inside. "Jenny didn't fight him," I said. "She wasn't a threat. Did he just lose it?" Becky nodded grimly. "He's lost control, and Meg's only making it worse. I thought if I could get Jenny away from him, she'd be safe. I hoped you could reach her, Kitty. I should have done more. We all should have." Sean put a hand gently on Becky's arm, calming her. I hadn't realized how much protection TJ had given me from Carl's worst. I owed him more than I'd ever known. Jenny didn't have someone like that. Rick was right. A healthy pack had balance. People who could challenge, question, step up. Carl had scared that out of them, hoarding all the power for himself. But no one wolf could carry that weight alone. Becky went on. "We've been waiting for something to shift.
For someone to stand up to him."
We've been waiting for a chance to bring him down." "And you think I'm that chance?" I said. Sean met my eyes. You'd better be. Otherwise, we're all screwed. I let out a breath. Why put so much faith in me? Becky didn't hesitate.
We saw what you did in DC. You survived.
You came through. You're strong. I've been listening to your show. You sound like a leader. We need someone to follow. I wasn't ready to lead. I just wanted Carl out of the picture, not the whole pack in my lap. I took a breath, feeling the ground shift under my feet. This was one of those moments. A turning point. If you believe in me, you need to believe I can't do it alone. I'll need all of you. Becky looked down. We know it'll come to a fight. I hope it doesn't, I said. I'm no good in a straight fight. I'd rather win with wit than claws. I braced for Ben's usual wisecrack. He only raised an eyebrow. I gave him points for restraint and resisted kicking him under the table. Here's the plan, I said. Start reaching out to people you trust. Anyone you think might leave Carl, or at least refuse to back him up. We need allies. You know the pack better than I do. Sean grinned. Would love to see Carl standing there thinking he's got backup, and it's just him. Don't tell people to leave all at once, I said. If they stay, they can keep tabs on him. Warn us. Or lull him into thinking nothing's changed, Ben added. They'll have to be careful, Sean said. If Carl or Meg suspects anything, then maybe they should just walk, I said. I don't want more blood on my hands. Don't worry about us, Sean replied.
Ben leaned in.
We'll need help even before facing Carl. They'll probably go after other targets. Other targets?
Becky asked.
Kitty's family, Ben said. Becky clenched her jaw. Sean nodded, serious. The pack would grow stronger. We would win. Wolf was sure of it.
Thanks, I said.
You all slept? Ready to keep watch?
We're good, Sean said.
I dropped them off at the Knob parking lot. We'll call if anything happens, Sean said, and they drove off. For once, it felt like we had a plan. Ben and I hit the freeway. Research on wild wolves, not that we're kind, suggests that alpha wolves aren't necessarily the biggest or strongest. The best leaders are those who keep the peace, organize the pack, keep everyone alive. I liked that theory. Carl was the strongest, but he wasn't a leader. I had to believe I could be. Underscore 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 underscore. Before heading home, we met up with Dak at the bar on Colfax. Well, the parking lot. It was closed this time of day, and in the sunlight, the place looked dull and abandoned. He stood leaning on the SUV Charlie and Violet had driven the week before. Arms crossed, sunglasses on, exuding danger and confidence. What's the news? I asked. He shrugged, his South African accent smooth. Nothing happened. The vamps are asleep, your family's fine. Relief made my limbs weak. Thanks, Dak. I mean it. He gave a crooked smile. No trouble. What's next? We wait. Be ready. Maybe get some rest.
Later, he said.
He started for the car, but I stopped him. Dak. Yeah. I collected stories.
It's how I stayed sane, how I kept the show going.
African wild dog. Want to tell me how that happened? He smirked.
No idea.
Only ever met one other, my sire. Where is he? I killed him. Of course. So you're the only one? Far as I know. Haven't gone looking. And Rick? How'd you two meet? He grinned. He said you ask a lot of questions. Talking is my power. Still wondering why the world's only African wild dog is working for a vampire. He looked every bit the mercenary built. Alert, confident. Reminded me of Cormac. The kind of guy you want watching your six. If you can trust him. Vamps are strong. Better to have one owe you a favor than owe them. You stick with the strongest. And that's Rick. He just smiled.
Fine, I said.
Back to the plan. We split up, phones charged, cars ready. I let myself believe maybe we had a shot. On the way home, I dozed, jerking awake at every bump, expecting the call that Carl or Arturo had made their move. When the phone finally rang, I slept right through it. Ben had to wake me. "I wonder what they're waiting for," he said into my phone. Not Rick, it was daylight. After a moment, he added, "We're getting some sleep. Call us if anything changes." He glanced over. That was Sean. No sign of trouble. "Where is he?" "Watching your sister's place. Your dad's still at the hospital. I'm betting their security's good during the day." That made sense. Hopefully Carl and Arturo weren't so far gone they'd attack in broad daylight. I wanted to visit Mom, but I couldn't risk it. Couldn't bring trouble to their door. Cheryl's going to wonder why there's always a car outside her house. She probably hasn't noticed. He handed me my phone. I climbed out of the car, still moving slow. "Ben, why are you doing this? You keep acting like you didn't sign up for it," but then I didn't know how to finish that. He'd been steady.
Strong.
What would I have done if I'd been alone? I'd have run. "We're pack," he said. "Isn't that what you always say? We stick together." That had always been a good enough reason. But it wasn't enough for me anymore. Will that be enough to keep us together? I hope so. He walked away. I followed, letting my mind shut down. Underscore 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 underscore. Arturo and his vamps wouldn't move till sundown. Carl probably wouldn't either. Maybe that's why he hadn't come yet. Maybe he wouldn't come at all. But I wasn't counting on that. Not after everything I'd been through. I was half asleep on the couch when the call came. I lunged for the phone. "Yes? What is it?" "It's Becky." Her voice was ragged. "Just talk to Mick." "Mick? The short guy, brown hair?"
"Yeah."
"He says Carl's on the move. Called everyone in. He's coming after you." "Here?" I asked, hopeful. If he was coming, I wanted it to be me.
"No."
"Mick says Carl wants to hit you where it hurts. He's not mad at you, he's mad at what started all this." "Where?" "The radio station. He's going after Knob." "When?"
"Now."
"He's on his way." Chapter 12. What does he think he's going to do, wipe everyone out? Or is this just some bizarre dominance move, marking territory? I muttered to Ben as we climbed into the car.
He didn't reply.
Just gave me that smug look paired with his razor-sharp courtroom stare, like he was circling in for the kill. He almost seemed to be having fun. He took the wheel, which was fine by me. I had calls to make. I'd just gotten off the phone with Becky, asking her to reach out to Sean and anyone else who could meet us. If all went well, we have ourselves a good old-fashioned brawl. I was half joking about picking sides, Jets or Sharks. One thing I had going for me, a connection in the Denver Police Department. I dialed Hardin. Hardin speaking. "It's Kitty. I need your help." "What's going on?" Her tone went straight to professional, reassuring, in a way. "I think I'm in real trouble. Werewolves, Carl's crew, they're after me." "This about your turf war?" "I'm not taking sides." "My turf war? I didn't start this. I'm trying to end it." "So, you're admitting you're in the thick of it." I couldn't say anything right. "I think these are the same wolves behind those murders at the warehouse." "You're sure?" Then it hit me. What if Mick had lied to Becky? What if he wasn't really helping us, just feeding us bad info so Carl could hit somewhere else? Still, I said, yes. "Where?" "At Knob, the radio station." "I'm guessing you're headed there now?" I told her yes. "I'll meet you," she said, and hung up.
"So yeah."
A rumble it was. "You ready for this?" Ben asked. "I'm not sure." "How many do you think he's bringing?" "Half a dozen, maybe 7. More if Meg shows up. We've got the Denver PD. Could be worse. What if Hardin's late? 3 of us can't take 7 wolves. For if Sean makes it in time. Maybe I can talk Carl down. Reason with him. Like Gabe did," Ben said, a bitter edge to his voice. "You bring the gun?" "No," I whispered. I knew what that meant. I was being soft again. In denial. Maybe I'll claw him to death. Relax. I've got backups in the trunk. Backups. Plural. The more exhausted I got, the more absurd this plan sounded. I really don't want to see him again. You only have to hold him off until the cops arrive.
This isn't just about you.
Remember Jenny. That brought the rage back, sharp and burning. And Carl hadn't even come after me directly. No, he went for something I loved. Something I'd built. Something he could never touch, my job. Pathetic. We arrived at the station way too fast. Becky was already there. Sean pulled in just behind. Both looked tense and ready to pounce, or bolt. I couldn't tell which. I barely waited for Ben to park before I jumped out. Is he here yet? Before they could answer, a truck screeched up, not even bothering to pull into the lot. Carl and another man stepped out, another wolf. Their scent hit me immediately. Musk fur, skin, and something alien. Not ours. Enemy. 3 more wolves followed in a second truck. No Meg. Strangely, that was a relief. No time to get the guns.
They saw us.
Carl didn't hesitate. He strode right for the station entrance. Tall, ripped, and radiating aggression. Hair and beard wild. Pure animal, even without shifting. His pack held back, observing. I stepped in front of him, hoping Ben was ready behind me. Stop, I shouted. Carl didn't pause. Who tipped you off? Who told you I was coming? You need to leave, Carl. Now. Brave words. Reckless ones. I squared up like I could actually stop him. His arms raised, one fist ready to strike upward, the other to crash down and pin me. I recognized the move before it came. I was ready. As he lunged, I ducked, slipped under the blow and shoved. Hard. My shoulder connecting with his gut. He stumbled, but stayed upright. For a moment, we froze, staring, breathing hard even though we'd barely begun. Despite everything, some thread still connected us. That bond made it hard to just go full animal on each other. And then the strangest thought. I used to sleep with this man. I almost laughed. Couldn't even remember his taste. Stay back. Ben's voice rang out. I didn't look, but I saw him at the edge of my vision, aiming his gun. Carl's wolves spread out like they were prepping for a kill. Ben halted them. You packing silver? One of them sneered. Hell yes, Ben replied. Now back off and let them talk. The wolves stayed put. Just Carl and me now. What were you planning to do here? I asked. You crossed into my territory. I can do the same. I could destroy you. The cops are on their way. They'll put it all together. What happened to Rick's people? That's not their concern. He didn't even bother to deny it. You're a killer. That is their concern. He gave me a cold smile. You never should have come back. Should have stayed out of it. Yeah, I said. Too bad.
What now?
I attack you, and your boyfriend puts a bullet in me? That the plan?
It would be so easy.
1 bullet. Problem solved. But then Hardin would show up, see Ben with a gun, and arrest him. I couldn't go through that again. We're just here to hold you. Let Hardin take over. You should have listened. None of this would have happened. Washington, all of it. I told you, I could have protected you. Like you protected Jenny?
His face changed.
The rage that had simmered now flared to life. She left me. You should have let her. She was mine. She wasn't yours. She was never anyone's. With a roar, he lunged. I stumbled back, nearly falling. My instinct screamed. I raised my arms to shield myself, pointless. He grabbed me, flung me into the brick wall. Pain exploded behind my eyes. For a second, I saw nothing. And then Wolf. Snarling, ready. Fear and fury. Kitty. Ben's voice. I wanted to yell, don't shoot. But the words wouldn't come. If he turned now, Carl's wolves would descend. He had to hold the line. Sean and Becky, no guns. They couldn't take the pack alone.
It was down to me.
I couldn't speak because Carl had his hands, thick, powerful hands, around my throat and had lifted.
My feet kicked at air.
Lungs fought for non-existent breath. I gripped his wrist, dug in my nails, tried to pull his hand away, to flail at him, but he pinned me to the wall without effort. I couldn't even look at him. He forced my face up to a fading sky. Just when I wanted to ask where the hell Hardin was, police sirens wailed. Tires squealed. Doors slammed. Impeccable timing. No, not timing. Intent. She'd probably waited right around the corner, out of sight, until Carl did something that they could arrest him for. Get him for assault now. Prove the warehouse murders later, after they already had him in custody. I thought I was using her for muscle, but she was using me for bait. Wonderful. Put your hands up. Move away from her. Let her go, and step away. 5 or 6 voices screamed that at once. Carl's hand tightened around my neck, and I felt the vibration of his growl. Please, please. I recognized Hardin's voice. Mr. O'Farrell, put down your weapon. Let us handle this. Then handle it, goddammit. The voices were still shouting at Carl to let me go. We could all get shot to pieces right here. I had to assume that Hardin had issued silver bullets to her people. Then, my back slid against the wall, and my feet touched ground. Air flooded my lungs, which rattled as I gasped. But he didn't let me go. I looked at his eyes, which were fire, bestial. His body was all sweat and musk. The fur, his wolf, were close. If he sprouted claws right now, he could rip out my throat, slash the jugular, and I'd bleed out before I hit the ground. Don't do it, I whispered. You'll die here if you do it. The cops were still shouting, step away now. And I thought he was going to do it, silver bullet in the back, or no, I thought he was going to rip my throat out. What happened next happened very quickly. Carl made one of those sudden moves, the ones you're not supposed to make around the police when they're pointing guns at you. I couldn't guess what he planned, if he wanted to get shot, if he thought he could move faster than bullets. Or if he simply took a chance in the hopes that it just might work. He grabbed my wrist and yanked. I flew from the wall and into the open, between him and the cops. A gun fired. A punch nailed into my back. I stepped forward to keep my balance. Then, fire. Fierce pain through my chest dropped me. Like something had exploded inside me. My knees cracked on the sidewalk. Carl ran around the corner and away, defended by his shield. So, Halfia. Hal. That was Hardin, sounding fierce. The world stopped for a moment. I couldn't see anything outside of myself. I couldn't hear anything but my blood in my ears. I was breathing fast, but wasn't getting any oxygen. Blood covered my hands. It was all over my chest, soaking my shirt, slick and red. Shot, I'd been shot. My next breath squeaked. I ought to do something, I thought vaguely. I ought to scream or cry or something. I ought to fall down and die already. But I stayed kneeling, staring at my own blood on my hands like it was part of a movie. Just art or ketchup or something. My breathing slowed, and with the fresh oxygen my vision cleared. And I realized the burst of pain had faded to an ache. I pulled down my collar, wiped away blood, tried to find the hole. The bullet had gone all the way through between my heart and my collarbone. There was the wound, covered in caked blood. Already clotted. Already healing. Someone's hands touched my face and forced me to look up. I flinched, startled, because I hadn't known anyone was there. Ben held my face and studied me with a wild gaze. His heart was racing. I could hear it. Kitty, he said roughly. I slumped, gripping his arms to keep myself upright. Every muscle had turned to molasses. My laugh sounded more like a gasp. It wasn't silver. He slumped too. We were in danger of melting into the ground. Not silver. I nodded quickly, and he pressed his face to mine. Oh my God. He sighed near my ear, then kissed my cheek. I clung to him. Hardin barked a question. Officer Sawyer, you're not packing silver? No, ma'am. Didn't have time to file the requisition form. He sounded sheepish. Thank God. Thank you. Next time, get those bullets. And don't fucking shoot the informant. This wasn't over. I felt a new pain. Not from the wound, which had faded. Something else tore at my gut. Wolf. We'd been attacked. We'd been hurt. Now it was up to her to protect us. She surged through my blood, took hold of my eyes, my senses. My whole body tensed as she seized me.
Ben.
My voice grated through my clenched jaw.
I was changing, it was coming so fast. He knew what was happening.
He pulled me to him, held me tight, and hissed in my ear. Keep it together. Deep breaths, Kitty. Hold it in. My skin was sliding, my bones melting. I thrashed at my clothes, had to get them off, had to get away. Harden, get your people out of here.
Ben shouted.
Finally giving in to what was happening, he ripped off my shirt and tugged at my bra. Wrenching out of Ben's grip, I screamed.
Dizzy, angry. Can't see straight.
Chest aches, injured. Not for long, already healing, but the pain lingers. So does the anger. She kicks at the ropes that trap her, tangle her legs, remnants of the old shape. Hadn't gotten rid of that false skin in time. It's come so quickly, so unexpectedly. But she is in danger. She has to protect herself, and she can run faster on 4 legs than on 2. An attack, hunters on all sides of her, cornering her. Her other half recognizes the 2-legged hunters with their handheld burning deaths. Must defend herself. There, the one whose hand smells hot, burns with the scent of sulfur and oil. He's the one who hurt her. She lowers her head and growls. Oh, my God, the voice behind her says. Becky, Sean, stop her. Nothing can stop her. Her body is wind, her claws are blades, her voice is thunder. Now her target smells like fear. Sweat has broken out on his skin. When he takes a step back, she knows she has him. She will rip his flesh and taste his blood. Her lips draw back from fierce teeth and a salivating mouth as she launches herself toward her victim. She runs, her claws scraping on the pavement, digs into the ground, leaps, stretching for him, and his scream thrills her blood. Her paws are on him, her rough pads scraping his false skin, and he falls. A body intercepts her, knocking her away from her prey. She lands on her feet and looks. The attacker crouches, facing her, staring her down, daring to stare her down. She pants and takes the scent of the intruder, one of her kind, one of her pack, the new female. And before she can strike at her, to put her in her place, hands, human, naked hands, grab her from behind, pull at her, hold her. She snarls, fights, twists, slashes with claws, with teeth. 2 of them hold her back. They are pack. They can't do this. She'll show them. She'll show them who's strongest. The place is chaos. There is running and shouting. Still can't see straight for all the chaos. Kitty, hold still, just hold still. Even as the growl rattles her lungs, a hand on her chest and a voice by her ear make her pause. SH, Kitty. It's okay, you're safe. You're safe. She stops struggling. The 2-legged wolf holds her back. This is her mate who holds her, who soothes her. Whining softly, she turns to him, licks his hand. He tastes like home. SH, he keeps murmuring. We're okay. We're going to be okay. He radiates calm, and she believes him. Then the whole pack is there. Her little pack, all of them with her, all of them safe. She leans close to her mate, presses her body full against him. Panting shallow breaths, because she's still nervous. Still waiting for an attack. Have to trust the pack to take care of each other. She trusts her mate with all her being. Letting her muscles relax, letting the anger seep away, she settles into his arms. I don't know enough about this, he says, his voice strained. I don't know if she's going to be okay. She'll be okay, says the other. Once she sleeps, she'll be fine. Try to get her to sleep. So the voice continues, close to her ear, breathing comfort into the fur of her neck. Furless, clawless hands stroke her flanks, a strange and soothing touch. And because he smells and sounds and feels like home, she settles with him and closes her eyes. I remembered being shot and started awake. I lurched up onto an elbow and looked around. I was in a corner of the knob lobby, wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket and curled up on the cold tile floor. Underneath, I was naked. Ben was standing nearby, talking to Detective Harden and a couple of other cops. Ozzy was there, too, and some other knob staffers. The station manager wore a worried frown and rubbed a hand through his thinning hair. Some of the cops were taking statements. Red and blue lights flashed against the front windows. Ben turned around before I could draw breath to speak. Quickly, he came over and knelt beside me. I screwed up my face and felt vaguely ashamed. I pulled the blanket tightly around my shoulders. "What happened?" I said, my voice scratching.
"You got shot," he said.
"I remember that. What about after?" "You didn't hurt anyone." I gave a thin laugh. Thank God for small favors. In truth, this relieved me immensely. I felt lighter. Idly, he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Bloodstains covered his shirt, complete with handprints and streaks from where I'd grabbed his arms. "How do you feel?" "Crappy." I didn't want to hurt anyone. The horror of it took a long time to settle over me. Injured and frightened, I'd shifted in the middle of a crowd of people. I'd have done it and not thought twice. I'd have just been defending myself. "I can't believe I got shot." "Tell me about it." He sat beside me and tucked me under his shoulder, wrapping his arm around me. I snuggled in closer. "Hardin sent a couple of cars after Carl. They're cordoning off the neighborhood to look for him. They won't find him." "I know." "She took the rest of his guys into custody. She thinks she'll find forensic evidence linking them to the warehouse. She seems to be having a good time with all this. She wants to try out her Silverline jail cell. Well, more power to her." The woman herself came over then, looking tired but smug. I had an impulse to stand. I didn't want to have to look up at her. From Wolf, eye level no less. But I was too tired, and Ben was too comfortable. Blearily, I stared up at her. Wary, she studied me, edging toward me like she might toward a wild animal, which I supposed I was. She'd seen me shift, seen both halves of my being. I'd attacked one of her people, though the specific memory was fuzzy. But she seemed to have the intention of treating me like a human being. However much of a struggle that would be. She visibly gathered herself. "How are you?" she said. The concern was touching. I shrugged, then winced because I still hurt some. My ribs felt bruised, and my whole body felt pounded. "I've been worse. For what it's worth, I apologize. Officer Sawyer's going to get a reprimand. Just because you weren't permanently hurt doesn't mean he gets away with shooting a civilian. And if he'd had silver bullets?" I said. Both Ben and I stared up at her, waiting for the answer. "Just be glad that he didn't." She walked back to her people and the cleanup. I didn't even want to think about it. "I need my clothes. They kind of got trashed. You ready to get out of here?" I propped myself against Ben and braced against the wall to get myself to my feet. My muscles popped and my bones creaked. Ben pulled me to my feet without effort. I let him hold me up. I'd turned wolf twice in the last 24 hours. I'd never done that before, never turned a second time so soon after the first. Almost. It seemed the pieces hadn't come back together quite right. Fur still peeked between the cracks. Wolf still looked out of my eyes. My brain felt fuzzy. The world looked strange. The shadows seemed to loom. He must have noticed me craning my neck and squinting, trying to focus. "You're going to have to sleep a week when this is all over," he said. God, that sounded so nice. I could just let Carl kill me. Sleep all I want then. He gave me an odd sideways look. "Kitty, are you all right?" Ozzy intercepted us. He was actually wringing his hands. "I'll be fine," I said. Though I must have looked awful. All tangled hair and bloodstains. "So, are you worried about me, or are you really worried about your cash cow?" He gave me a look that was half hurt, half admonishing. "Geez, Kitty, give it a rest. When I heard the gun, and they told me who got shot, I about had a heart attack. Don't ever do that again." I smiled tiredly. "I'll try not to." "Ozzy, have you met Ben?" Ben said. "He introduced himself while you were asleep." Ozzy pointed at him. "Don't let her get shot again." "I think we'd better get home and cleaned up," he replied. Ozzy found me a t-shirt and sweats from the stash of knob giveaways. I could add them to the million knob t-shirts I already had. I was just grateful not to have to drive home naked. During the ride home, Ben kept asking if I was okay. Huddling in the passenger seat, I kept muttering that I was fine. Finally, he gave a frustrated sigh. "You're damned lucky, you know that?" Yeah, I was. I had to remember that. I smiled at him. Thanks. For taking care of me. We're pack. I wished he would stop saying that. I wasn't sure why it was starting to piss me off. He wasn't saying anything that wasn't true. Maybe because it sounded like a cop-out. Like if we weren't pack, he'd have been out of here a long time ago. Chapter 13. Ben's tires screeched as he pulled into the parking lot. With his support, I climbed stiffly out of the passenger seat and limped toward the front door. My whole body ached. The bullet wound had dulled to a throb, but the shock, the shifting, and waking up on a cold floor had left me wrecked. All I wanted was a long, scalding shower. We hadn't made it to the building entrance when Ben came to a stop, and I stumbled to a halt beside him. I started to ask what was wrong. My attention was scattered, dulled by the safety of being under his arm. That's when I spotted Cheryl striding toward us on the sidewalk, wearing her standard t-shirt and jeans, and a face like a thundercloud. I hadn't seen her look that furious since she caught me sneaking her metallic mayhem nail polish when I was 11. Out of everything I was dealing with right now, this was not what I expected. What's she doing here? I muttered. She's your sister, Ben said. You tell me. I must have done something. Something so bad, so unforgivable. She had to come chew me out in person. And I had a feeling I knew what it was. Mom had surgery yesterday, I said. I wasn't there. No, I was at a shooting range learning to kill. A cold wave passed over me, but I pushed it aside. If something had gone wrong, someone would have called immediately, not waited a day. Cheryl, what's going on? I asked as she got close. Hands on hips, she said. I've been waiting for you to come back. I'm taking you to the hospital to see Mom, since you clearly couldn't be bothered to go on your own. Then her eyes widened, and she went pale. She was staring at Ben's shirt, crusted with dried blood. Mine was stained too. My wound still hadn't stopped leaking. Holy crap. What happened to you guys? She said, her voice edging toward panic. I got shot, I said. You what? Oh my God. Why aren't you at the hospital? I really didn't have the patience for this. Because I'm a werewolf and it wasn't a silver bullet. Oh my God. What have you gotten yourself into? I sighed. This was going to take forever to explain. Cheryl didn't stop talking, and I realized the whole talk too much thing was probably genetic. Kitty, are you in trouble? Is that why you didn't go see Mom? And you, she pointed at Ben. This all started when she met you. This is your fault, isn't it? Actually, no, Ben said cheerfully. Kitty made this mess all on her own.
Please, someone let me pass out right now.
I didn't want to deal with either of them anymore. Listen, Cheryl, can you not tell Mom and Dad about this? I could only imagine how they'd react, especially Mom. Are you serious? Not tell them? Have you lost your mind? Oh, come on. What about all those times you snuck out and begged me not to say anything? And when Todd came over? You did tell, she shrieked. No, I didn't. They figured it out because you were an idiot. Ben rubbed his forehead like he had a migraine. I took a breath and tried to calm down. I'm trying to protect you guys from all this. Kitty, Cheryl snapped, part warning, part plea. She was 4 years older than me. Our relationship was built on years of forced babysitting and parent-mandated supervision. Cheryl, take care of your sister. When she left for college, I had a few blissful years of freedom. Our lives had gone in completely different directions since then, but we still loved each other. We were still family. And right now, her voice carried all the weight of that history. I'm sorry I haven't been to the hospital, I said gently. I can't explain everything, but I'm okay. I got shot, yeah, but I'm okay. I think you should go home or back to the hospital, whatever. I just need a shower.
No.
I've had it. You've been hiding stuff from us ever since this started. You're acting exactly like someone with a drug problem, lying, disappearing, acting weird. This is nuts. She had a point. If only I could just stop being a werewolf. What, you gonna stage an intervention now? This was spiraling fast. I needed to get her away. Next to me, Ben tensed.
His attention locked on something.
He flared his nostrils, sniffing the air, and started to unzip the backpack where we'd stashed the handgun. What is it? I asked. Do you smell that? I took a deep breath, trying to catch the scent. "Kitty, what is it?" Cheryl said. "What's going on?" "Be quiet," I whispered, straining to hear. Then I smelled it. Ben had a sharper nose than me, but even I could catch the off scent now. Something wrong. A werewolf, but not Pack.
No, Carl.
Carl was here. Of course Hardin hadn't found him. That brute had probably been tracking us, his only thought, me. But this scent was female.
Familiar.
Ben pulled out the gun. "You have a gun?" Cheryl shrieked. "Cheryl, go to your car. Get out of here. Please." "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on." And then she appeared. The figure rounded the corner behind Cheryl, using her as a shield. "Cheryl, move," I said.
Please.
She turned to see who we were staring at. "He wanted me to check if you were still alive," Meg said. Ben dropped the bag and raised the gun, steady and sure. Meg froze, startled, like she might bolt. She wore jeans, a tank top, and sandals. Her long black hair framed her tanned, striking face. I'd always thought she was beautiful. Ben didn't shoot. He was rational. A lawyer. He knew what it would look like when the police showed up. Meg seemed to understand too. She relaxed slightly and folded her arms. He said, "Don't confront her. Don't let her see you. Her big scary alpha has a gun. Don't provoke them. I think he's scared of you." "Well, that's touching," I said flatly. "What about you?" She didn't move closer. "That said enough. You are smarter than me. Choosing someone to turn," she said. "How'd you get a sane guy to let you bite him?" She spoke like Ben wasn't even there.
He didn't blink.
She had tried the same thing once, tried to replace Carl by turning an alpha of her own. It had gone horribly wrong. The guy had snapped. A lot of people died. "I didn't turn him," I said. "I didn't bite him. I was just the one who helped pick up the pieces. That's why we're together. And because I liked him. That part mattered too." I let my hand brush against his leg. He was tense, like steel. I wasn't even sure he noticed. "Whatever you say," Meg replied, smirking like she didn't believe me. Like she didn't respect me. But her distance, her posture said otherwise. "What do you want, Meg?" I asked, worn out. "You wouldn't happen to know where Rick is, would you? You were never very good at subtlety and intrigue, were you? You give us Rick, we'll let you leave Denver again. You and your mate both. Don't you get it? I don't want to leave. I can't leave. Everything I have is here, and if you won't leave me alone, then I'll fight." Then she looked at Cheryl. She had to guess who she was to me. The same blonde hair, short and tucked behind her ears. Same face. Even a little of the same smell, our human family. "You have a lot to lose," Meg said. She took a step toward my sister, reaching out like she wanted to touch her. I almost grabbed the gun from Ben's hand and shot her myself.
No one was going to touch my family.
Cheryl had the sense to step back. "Get away from her," Ben said, holding her in the gun's sights. I kept myself from rushing at Meg, claws outstretched. Calmly, I said, "All the more reason to fight." That raised her hackles. "You think just because you're famous that protects you? That you can waltz in here and take over? That we'll just bow down to you? It takes more than that to be an alpha. You don't know anything. You may have fooled the people who listen to your show, but you don't know anything." She started to march off. "Meg." She halted, apparently willing to listen. We were just posturing. This was the growling stage. She wouldn't start a fight without backup. I began to relax. The old fears started to fade. She was all bluster. More than that, though, she was just wrong. "Have you ever been pregnant?" Asked it on an impulse, out of curiosity. I just wanted to know. She almost chuckled. "Werewolves don't get pregnant. We can't get pregnant." She said this with an air of triumph, as if I had just demonstrated my lack of knowledge, and she was happy to rub my face in it. I smiled sadly. I remembered Dr. Schumacher's words, that most women lycanthropes simply might never realize if they got pregnant. Maybe Meg just didn't know. "You're wrong. We can get pregnant. The pregnancy doesn't survive shape-shifting. You might never even know it." She gaped at me, astonished, like I'd slapped her. How many woozy, crampy mornings was she looking back on? How many times had she just written it off to an odd cycle? I didn't want to know. Meg, you're ignorant, you're a blockhead, and me waltzing in here and taking over has got nothing to do with me being famous and everything to do with you being completely useless. You and Carl both. I managed to say that whole thing without raising my voice. Snarling, she resumed her retreat. Only after we heard her car door slam, the engine start, and the tires peel out of the parking lot did Ben blow out a breath and lower his gun. I sat down right there on the sidewalk because my legs had turned to goo. Sheer willpower had been keeping me on my feet, but blood loss and nerves finally got the better of me. Ben knelt and put his hand on my shoulder. You okay? I leaned into him. That thing I said about picking up the pieces and that's why we're together, that's not just it. I mean, there's more than that, right? We should have this conversation later, he said, glancing at my sister, who was standing over us, looking down with bugged-out eyes. What was that all about? Cheryl said, even more hysterically, though it didn't seem possible. I said it was a long story. I sighed as Ben hauled me to my feet.
No, not the mess. Not just the mess.
I mean about the pregnant part. I figured Mom had told her, but apparently not. I couldn't even look at her. Ben pulled me close and put a kiss on my hair, over my ear. Are you pregnant? She said. I smiled thinly. Not anymore.
Oh, geez.
I'm sorry. She said it to both of us, and she looked sad. I took her hand and squeezed it. She squeezed back, and our argument disappeared. Cheryl, there's kind of a war going on. I need you to go home, stay inside. Keep everyone inside. Don't let anyone in unless you know them really well. If you see anyone outside the house, if you see anything odd, if anything even feels odd, call 911 and tell them you have an intruder in the house. Don't even hesitate. What? I held up my hand to stop her. She was going to ask, again, what was going on. That woman and some other people would happily kill me if they got the chance. We're not going to let that happen. Kitty, where's Dad? Is he at the house? No. He's staying with us while Mom's in the hospital. Good. It's going to be okay. I'll call you later. I'll see Mom as soon as I can. Okay, she said and sounded young. Then she hugged me, bloodstains and all. Be careful. You too. We watched her return to her car and drive away. Ben kept hold of the gun the whole time, in case something else lurked in the shadows. Without a word, we made it inside. I made it into the shower. My upper chest had a puckered spot of skin where the bullet hole had been. That was it. I kept picking at it. It was healing, almost smoothing out under my touch. I didn't want to leave the stream of water. I didn't want to go back to the war. But I did. I asked Ben, who was making food. Any word? Nope. Are you sure? Yes. Evening came, and we didn't get any calls. No one had spotted Carl after the knob attack. Hardin said she'd put a stake out at his and Meg's house, but the place seemed to be empty. That meant Carl and Meg had run for the hills. They could be anywhere now. Arturo and Rick would be waking soon. Arturo would do something. He wouldn't sit back while Rick challenged him. The trouble was, I couldn't guess what he'd do, where he'd send his people, who he'd attack first. I had to wait for a call. I was becoming a control freak.
It was part of leading a pack.
Ben made chicken and pasta for supper. He was a decent cook, yet another reason to keep him around. But I couldn't eat. I stood by the door to the balcony, staring out. From the table, where 2 sets of plates and utensils were set out with a ceramic bowl of food in the middle, he pestered. You need to eat. I can't. You should. Pouting, I sounded like a spoiled child. I just can't. He dropped his fork on his plate, making a ringing noise. The silence after was rigid with tension. After a long moment, he said, I wish I could fix everything. I wish I could make it all go away. But I can't. So I thought I'll make dinner. Maybe that'll help. But I guess not.
He wore a white t-shirt, jeans.
His light brown hair was a bit too long, rumpled from him running his hands through it. His face was lined, tired, full of character. He looked like a freaking rock star. I couldn't take my eyes off him. I wanted to cling to him like a leech. Thank you, I said on impulse. Thanks for standing by me. The smile grew wider, and he bowed his head. Well, where? I held up a hand to stop him. Don't say it. Just don't. I don't know what else to say. Roughly, he stood from the table, grabbed the bowl of pasta, and shoved it into the fridge. The whole appliance rattled. I was relieved, though. For a moment, I thought he was going to throw it. You don't have to say anything. But he didn't stop, walking straight into the living room. Maybe you're right. Maybe you've been right all along. If we weren't both werewolves, we wouldn't be together. We'd have no reason to be. I never. He cut me off with a sharp wave. I know you never said it, but you've been thinking it since the beginning. And I kept hoping you were wrong. I wanted to prove you wrong. But hey, you're never wrong, are you?
Ben.
But he was already storming back to the bedroom and slammed the door. I curled up on the couch, hands over my face. What was the point of winning this fight if I lost the one thing I was trying to protect? The phone on the coffee table rang, jerking me out of it. My nerves jumped. For a second, I forgot how to use my hands, then grabbed it.
Good morning, Rick said.
And here we go.
Eat.
Any word from Carl? He went after Knob. And it was almost working. I should have felt good. Hardin's got 4 of his wolves in custody. Carl slipped away. She's got people looking, but no luck so far. I wasn't sure I wanted them to catch him. I wasn't sure they'd survive if they did. And you're all okay? I paused. Yeah, we're fine. What about your side? Charlie and Violet saw Arturo leave Obsidian. I want to move in while he's gone, he said, voice calm. Too calm. That vampire calm. Like the world could collapse, and he wouldn't flinch. It felt like a trap. I could see it clearly. We were supposed to draw Arturo out, not charge into his den. You can't just take his stronghold. He's got people guarding it.
Exactly.
It's his stronghold. He'll have to come back. I'll be waiting. Then I'll take him out. But Rick, where is he? Where did he go? I was hoping your people had spotted him. I haven't heard anything. I gritted my teeth, gripping the phone. He was too calm, and I was panicking for both of us. This could be a setup. He makes sure you know he's gone, waits for you to show up, then ambushes you. That's why I want you and Ben with me. And any other werewolves you can call. My gut reaction was to yell at him. Did he think we were just muscle on call? Like Carl was for Arturo? But this was the deal. We were allies. I'd agreed to this. Cold feet didn't change that. What about Carl and Meg? Any idea where they are? Again, I was hoping you'd know. Rick, seriously, what do you expect me to do? I can't storm a nest of vampires. I can't ask anyone else to. Ben had come out, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, watching me. I couldn't meet his eyes, but I felt him there.
Strong. Steady.
Rick's voice shifted, still calm, but with a hard edge now. You're in this, Kitty. You can't back out now. I'm moving on Obsidian and I need you. You can't let Arturo win.
He was right.
I'd started this. Quitting now meant losing, but that didn't mean I had to like it. Have you thought more about the spy? The one tipping him off. I'm not convinced it's a spy. Maybe Arturo just had us followed and got lucky. Look, once we trap him, just a few minutes alone, I'll finish it. I need you watching my back. Dak, Violet, and Charlie are already in position. Once Arturo's out of the picture, Carl and Meg won't have backup. Or we go after Carl and Meg first, they're rattled. Scared. You've seen them? Faced them? I hesitated.
Yeah.
And they're still breathing? There were cops around. Too many witnesses. I couldn't. See, that's the difference. I can. You got us this far, now let me finish it. I covered the phone and stared up at the ceiling. The point of no return. I'd already passed it without even noticing. Ben grabbed my backpack from the door. He was ready. The trunk was full of gear, thanks to Cormac's arsenal. I turned back to the phone. When do you need us?
Now.
I sighed.
Fine.
We're coming. I'll make some calls. Keep your phone on, you better pray this isn't a trap. Will do. Park a block south. I'll meet you there. I shoved the phone into my pocket. When I reached the door, Ben handed me my bag. We're going to Obsidian? He asked.
Yeah.
Then let's go. He was already outside before I could say I'm sorry. 5 minutes later, we were on the road. Ben drove in silence, focused. Not a glance my way. I wanted to cry, but I had calls to make. Sean, it's Kitty. What's up? He asked quickly. We'd all been waiting for something to break. Rick's making his move. I need eyes. Any word on Carl and Meg? Someone's watching their place. I'll check. And if anyone sees Arturo, I want to know immediately. Got it. I'll call back in a minute. Straight to the point. Dependable. I'd been lucky to find Sean. Or maybe I wasn't giving my instincts enough credit. I wanted to make more calls. But I also needed to keep the line open. I took a risk. Cheryl? Kitty? Oh my God, are you okay? Is everything okay? I was going to ask you the same. Her voice was still on edge. Everything's fine. Dad left the hospital after dinner. Mom's asleep. They've got her on meds. But it's all quiet here. Good. That's what I needed to hear. I'll call again. Maybe in the morning, if things stay calm. Be careful. Always. I hung up and waited for Sean to call back. Ben kept glancing in the rearview mirror. Too often. What is it? I think we're being followed. I almost laughed. Twisted around to look. Seriously? Could you be a little more obvious? Ben muttered. But it's ridiculous. We're being followed? What's next? I shoot out the window? Kitty, sit down. I faced forward and sat properly. Then came the flashing lights, red and blue. Fantastic, Ben muttered, pulling over. Unmarked cop car. Sure enough, plain dark sedan. The lights came from a panel behind the windshield. Don't suppose we can outrun them? Ben gave me that look. The familiar, annoyed one. No situation has ever gotten better by trying to outrun the cops. The driver's door opened. Of course, Detective Harden stepped out. I reached for the door, ready to get out and confront her. But Ben said, Don't. We got pulled over. We're gonna sit tight and act like model citizens. He rolled down the window. Harden leaned in, smiling.
Hi, she said.
She was supposed to be one of the good guys. Maybe she didn't believe it, but we were on the same team. I couldn't let her stop us, though. So I did what I always do when I'm backed into a corner. I let my mouth run. Detective, what the hell are you doing here? Still tailing me. By now, I should have realized she was immune to me. Her face didn't even twitch.
Yep.
You always seem to know where the action is.
Perfect.
Just perfect. She continued, the guys we busted today are ready to spill everything. They just want out before Tuesday. What's Tuesday? Next full moon, I said. Harden grimaced. Of course. So, who are you seeing now? Right then, my phone rang. I swore. Once this night was over, I was going to grind it up in the garbage disposal. Yeah. Kitty, it's Sean. Becky tried to call Mick. He was keeping an eye on Carl and Meg's place. We can't reach him. Something's off. They might be onto us. Mick was there. That's what we thought. Cops have eyes on the place and haven't noticed anything. Would Mick have followed them up into the hills? Possibly. Someone's got to check. We need to know what's going on. Becky and Wes are headed that way. What about Arturo? Still nothing. I groaned. I've got a bad feeling about this. Need me to do something? He asked. Keep watch of my sisters. Stay close to your phone. We might need a rescue team. Harden was watching me. Arturo? As in Denver's master vampire? The one I want for those murders. Yeah. Ben could have jumped in to bail me out, but of course he didn't. Looked like he was enjoying the show. You're going after him? She asked. More like trying to keep him off our backs. I thought the best way to do that was to stay home and avoid invitations. Usually, yeah. I want this guy, Kitty. Help me get him. Can you handle him? Honestly? A trunk full of steaks and holy water says I can, she said. I've done my research. You don't know what you're getting into, Ben warned. I'm ready to find out, she shot back. Right on cue, my phone rang again. This could only mean more bad news.
What?
I snapped. I'd like a word, Catherine. We must end this, before more blood is spilled. Arturo's voice, smooth and composed. My skin crawled. He was close. Too close. How deep were we in now? I tried to sound steady. Why me? Why not Rick? You'll understand. This is between us. This feels like a setup. I'm not coming. Oh, you'll come. I laughed, dry and bitter. Really?
Yes.
Because I'm standing next to your mother's hospital bed. The line went dead. A wave of cold heat crashed through me. My stomach turned liquid, and I couldn't breathe. I slumped back in my seat. Kitty. Ben's voice was quiet but urgent. What happened? What's wrong?
Hardin asked.
I couldn't speak. This was Rick's fault. I wanted to scream. The wolf inside me thrashed, pack in danger. My family, my human pack. I had to run. I had to fight. I swallowed hard, counted to 10, locked down the fear. Ben's hand gripped my arm. Steady. Grounding. That was Arturo. I held up the still-lit phone. My hand trembled. He has my mom. Hardin didn't hesitate. Do you know where? I nodded. She's at the hospital. She just had surgery. Hardin was already speaking into her radio, calling for backup. Ben, we have to go. We have to help her. I said, but then my thoughts raced ahead. This wasn't random. This was a trap. Arturo knows Rick will go after Obsidian. He's setting him up. I quickly dialed Rick. It rang and rang. No answer. Damn it. I'll go, Ben said. I'll warn Rick. You go with Hardin. I looked at her. That work for you? Let's go. She was already heading for her car. I squeezed Ben's hand. Be careful. You too. I jumped out, following Hardin. I was halfway there when I heard him shout, Kitty! Ben jogged over with my backpack. I met him on the sidewalk, cars roaring past. Above us, the sky glowed dimly from the city lights. Don't forget this. He handed me the bag, heavy with the familiar weight of my handgun. I added some stakes.
Nice.
Thanks. Then he kissed me, steadying me with one hand on my cheek. His mouth found mine, parting my lips. I leaned into it, melting. The heat of him flowed through me. I never wanted to let go. My hands clutched his arms, grounding myself in him. He stepped back. Be safe. His voice was tight, his face set with purpose. It felt like goodbye. Kitty, let's go. Hardin called from the car. Back to the action. Back to the war zone. Ben drove off.
He'd be okay.
I had to believe that. I slid into Hardin's passenger seat, and she peeled onto the road. Lucky girl, she said with a wry grin. Yeah, I murmured, still breathless. Yeah, I really was. Chapter 14. She switched on all the sirens and lights, and we sped off at super speed. I had calculated 20 minutes to get to the hospital. We might make it in 10. Tell me about Arturo, Hardin said, totally calm. Not at all like she was speeding down Denver streets at 80 miles an hour. Where to start?
He's a vampire.
I don't know how old. Maybe 200 or 300 years. You know, I can't even comprehend that, she said, giving a short laugh. He was alive when George Washington was alive. What does that mean? How does this guy look at the world? It means we don't matter to him, I said. We're just a flash in the pan. What else? He has flunkies, followers. I don't know if he'll have any of them here. I'm guessing he left them to guard the homestead. But if they are here, they'll protect him. Her expression pursed, contemplating the dilemma. They were vampires, monsters, and she could plow right through them to get to her quarry. But they were also individuals who were entitled to due process. If we do run into them, how do I stop them? Can I do it without killing them? I don't know. Lots of things you'll hurt them. Sunlight, holy water, maybe even garlic. Staking's what kills them. So, those stories are true. A lot of them, yeah. Good. She reached her collar and pulled a chain with a cross pendant from under her shirt. She left it hanging over her collar. We arrived at the hospital. After hours, the place seemed almost calm. All right, where's my backup? She muttered as she pulled up to the curb along the emergency drive. At this hour, that was probably the only entrance that would be open. I was out of the car and running for the doors before Hardin even stopped the car. Kitty, wait. I didn't. Incongruously, the place was brightly lit, like a beacon. The rest of the world was so dark right now. Inside, I hit the linoleum and didn't stop. I looked for a sign that would tell me how to get to the main part of the hospital and where I could find Mom's room. I must have looked dangerous because a uniformed security guard, hand on his belt, moved to intercept me. I realized I could knock him over, let out a little bit of wolf, and knock him aside. But I didn't. I begged. "I need to get in. One of your patients may be in danger."
Please.
Hardin had followed close behind me and flashed her badge. "Let her through." The guard stepped aside, and I ran past him. Vaguely, I was aware of Hardin following. I didn't wait for her. I only had one thought in my head. Please, let her be safe. Up some stairs, through a door, down a hall, and around a corner. We came to her room. I smelled her. The door was open, and it was dark. The bed and its occupant were visible only by pale light bleeding from the hallway. Mom was asleep, her head tilted slightly on the pillow, arms resting on the blanket, tangled in a mess of 4 tubes and wires. Around the odors of illness and medication, I smelled her. She was breathing, her heart pounded steadily. She was alive, but pale. Her face was lined, even in sleep. Sitting in a chair by her bedside, tilted with a view toward the door, watching her sleep, was Arturo. Blood throbbed in my skull, and I thought I might faint. "How did you get in here?" I said, my voice shaky. This could go very badly. "What are you doing?" I'd been told that the prohibition against vampires entering without invitation didn't apply to public, commercial property. Apparently, the hospital room was public space. His gaze shifted to me almost lazily, unconcerned. He struck such an incongruous picture. He sprawled in the plastic chair like it was a throne, one leg stretched before him, both elbows resting on the thin arms. He wore tailored slacks, a white shirt buttoned at the collar, and a suit jacket. On him, the ensemble looked formal, elegant. He was a Victorian gentleman landed in the modern age. Hardin joined me, blocking light as she stood in the doorway. She held her gun aimed at the vampire. No, it wasn't a gun. It was a hand-sized crossbow, with a wooden shaft loaded. "Don't move." "I'll shoot," Hardin said, authoritative and cop-like. Arturo appeared unconcerned. "Detective Hardin, I'd like you to rest for a moment," Arturo said. He spoke slowly, with an almost musical tone. He'd caught her gaze. The two were looking into each other's eyes like they were the only people in the world. I knew she wouldn't be able to handle the vampires. "Lower your weapon, please," he said.
And she did.
She looked relaxed, but her face held a quizzical expression, her brows slightly furrowed, like some part of her wondered why she was obeying him. Some part of her still held on to herself. Nonetheless, she'd fallen under his spell. "Arturo, stop it," I said. "Detective Hardin, step into the hallway for a moment. Lean against the wall and rest." "Thank you." Hardin slipped out the door, slumping against the wall as if she really had decided to rest there a moment. I was all alone with him, my ill mother and him. Quickly, I wiped a tear away. It was all over. All of it was for nothing. "What do you want?" I whispered. "I only want to talk," he said. "We're both safe here. We can't do battle here." You won't hurt her?" I was crying anxious, silent tears, and I hated that I was doing it. I felt so weak and helpless. Slowly, absently almost, he shook his head. "I could save her if you like." He could drain her, turn her, and in 3 days she'd become like him. Invincible, immortal, cured. So could I offered. She refused. "She's a wise woman." "Yes, she is." "Carl has to go."
I see that.
I told him not to strike at you. I told him that stunt last night was a ploy to draw us out. That if we stayed calm, you couldn't touch us. I'm not surprised he didn't listen to me. "He's predictable," I said. "Are you ready to replace him?" "Yes." "I could help you." He could. In a word, a gesture, he could destroy Carl and Meg. All I'd have to do was step into the vacancy. That and sell my soul to Arturo. "I can't owe you anything, Arturo. I don't want to be in your debt for this." I thought so. I had to try, though. Carl didn't have your scruples when he took me up on that offer. I hadn't heard that story. I hadn't ever thought about the alpha male Carl must have had to fight to replace. When I'd been attacked, infected, when I joined the pack, Carl had seemed like a god, enduring and eternal. Arturo stood in a fluid movement, incomprehensibly graceful. He was sitting, then he was standing, his hands curled behind his back. He neared my mother's bed and leaned over it. They didn't remove it all, he said, scrutinizing her, studying her with a narrowed gaze. She'll have months of chemotherapy ahead of her. Even after that, it could come back anytime, anyplace. Her bones.
Her blood.
Her brain. How do you know that? You don't know that. I feel it in her blood. I feel it traveling. He held a hand, spread flat, a few inches over her chest, like he really could feel tiny cells of cancer wreaking havoc. Her blood is sick. I choked on a sob. My voice scraped like sandpaper. Please, Arturo. Leave her alone. When he touched Mom's face, a light brush of fingers along her chin, I almost screamed. What would you do to keep her safe, Catherine? Arturo had never been able to bring himself to call me Kitty. The name was beneath his dignity. Now, when he said my full name, it felt like fingers curling around my throat, squeezing. Anything, I whispered. His hand rested on my mother's throat, where he could squeeze and strangle her. You'll take Carl's place. You'll answer to me. You can't do this. An empty, unconvincing denial. But I have done ever so much worse to get where I am. I flashed on the memory of him dropping Carl with a twist of his arm. He'd incapacitated Hardin with a word. He was too strong, I couldn't stop him. I wished I had telekinesis, to throw him across the room. I wished to bring down lightning bolts from the sky. I wished for a bag of garlic and a bottle of holy water. I wished I was religious and wore a cross around my neck. I considered. I took a step back into the doorway where I could see Detective Hardin leaning just outside. Her cross would hurt him, but it had to touch him. Catherine, Arturo said, you shouldn't have to think about this.
I can feel her pulse under my hand.
I can stop it. I needed another few seconds. Ben, too, I said, stalling. I turned my back to him, feigning despair, to hide what I was doing when I shifted aside the collar of Hardin's shirt. Don't hurt him. Ben, and I for Carl and Meg. Of course. I assumed as much. Hardin didn't move, didn't so much as blink. Her eyes were half-lidded, staring at nothing. I touched the chain, and my fingers started to itch. It was silver.
Damn. Oh, well.
I'd just have to cope. Gritting my teeth against the sting, I gripped the silver cross and chain and yanked. The latch broke, the necklace fell into my hand. The itch of the silver against my skin turned into a burn. What are you doing? Making sure Hardin's all right. You'll let her go, too? She doesn't know what she's dealing with. She won't even remember what happened. I don't want to be your lackey. I don't want a lackey. I want a partner I can trust. Hands at my sides, clenched into fists, gritting my teeth against the searing pain of the silver, I moved toward the bed, my gaze downcast. I would not look into his eyes. My mother still slept. Arturo's touch was so light, he didn't wake her. I stared at that hand. I put my own on the edge of the bed, like I was preparing to surrender, to hand myself over to him. This had to work. I said slowly, I think you should leave my mother alone. I put the cross on his hand. Like a snake had bitten him, he flinched away, jerking his hand back and cradling it to his chest. The cross spilled onto the sheet covering Mom's chest. I picked it up and let it dangle, so he could see what it was, ignoring the pain it caused. Get out, I said, still not looking at his face, those eyes. I had to assume he was glaring at me. When he didn't move, a rage bubbled within me. Weeks of frustration, fear, and pain boiled. Damn the ones who had made me live in fear. Get out. Get out of here. This came out as a growl, and Wolf stared out of my eyes, flexed inside my hands, my fingers curling like claws. I would change right now and leap on him. Maybe he'd be able to stop me. And maybe he wouldn't. He moved toward the doorway and I followed. I watched his shoulder, not his face. A rumbling in my chest felt like the start of a growl. I wanted to rip his throat out. My mouth hurt from wanting to grow fangs. His lips turned in a careful smile. Lowering his gaze, he gave a small bow, his hand still clenched to his chest. The gesture was courtly. Then he vanished, fled like anyone would if a ravenous wolf was bearing down on them. Well, I wished he had run like that. In truth, he just turned and slipped through the doorway, disappearing in an instant. I blinked, unsure I'd even seen it happen. It was the classic vampire exit. One blink, one breath, then gone in a blur of shadow. Clutching my aching stomach, I felt like the luckiest woman alive. He'd left me and Mom untouched. And my hand felt like it was about to fall off. Gah! I hissed, dropping the cross and chain onto Mom's hospital bed. That's where it belonged, next to her, just in case he came back. I stretched out my fingers. Angry red welts covered my palm.
Shit.
Kitty, what time is it? It's dark. Mom stirred, her voice faint and fragile. Shh, Mom. It's okay, you're safe. Just go back to sleep. I brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead, trying to stay calm, to keep my voice gentle. I'll check on you again soon. All right. I love you. She managed a soft smile before drifting off again, still deep in a painkiller haze. She hadn't really been awake. I let out a breath. Relief. She was okay for now. I could almost let myself relax. Where is he? Where'd he go? Hardin stormed into the room, crossbow ready, eyes wild.
He's gone.
You still thinking of arresting Denver's master vampire? Jesus, she muttered, rubbing the back of her neck where the silver chain had snapped off. Detective, can you do something for me? She came over to the bed. Is she all right?
Yeah.
But could you wrap this chain around her? I'd rather not touch it again. I held up my blistered palm. That's my cross. I had to borrow it. She studied me for a moment, then shook her head with a resigned sigh. Her face was a mix of worry and irritation, but she carefully fastened the chain around Mom's neck. Silver did that to your hand? I nodded, wincing. With silver bullets, it's not the bullet that kills a werewolf, it's the silver poisoning the blood. Bet that's not a pleasant way to go. No, probably not. She straightened up, giving me a sharp, assessing look. You're gonna have to explain what that bastard did to me. Vampire mind tricks. Hypnosis. Right, she grumbled. How do you think they get people to just stand there while their blood gets drained? She made a face. I hate it when this stuff actually makes sense. Next time, don't look into his eyes. Let's move. I touched Mom's hand one last time. She was asleep, cross resting against her chest. As safe as I could make her, which didn't feel like enough. I hated leaving. She'll be okay, Hardin said, touching my arm. I'll make sure someone's watching her room. Like that would stop Arturo. He could just charm the guards like everyone else. I'll have them hang garlic over the door, she added with a dry smile. We heard footsteps pounding up the hallway. Hardin's backup had arrived. For officers, geared up. Took you long enough, she snapped. Let's move. They offered excuses, but I glanced at the clock. Barely a couple minutes had passed since Arturo showed up. Time had warped. Outside, Hardin turned to me. Your boyfriend went to this guy's base, right? Where? You know Obsidian? That art gallery on 14th? He's in the basement. How many with him? I'm not sure. I've seen a dozen or more. All vampires.
Great.
Sawyer, you get that surveillance file on Mercedes Cook? She's connected. We might find clues. In the car, he replied. Wait, I said. Isn't Sawyer the guy who shot me? The officer ducked his head and jogged ahead. Definitely him. Let it go, Kitty, Hardin muttered. Then sunglasses. What? You think sunglasses could block that vampire hypnosis? She pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a snap. Her movements were sharp, controlled. I have no idea. Sawyer handed her a folder, which she passed to me, then gathered her team. For uniformed officers, all looking ready for war. Tell them everything, she said. What to expect.
I did.
Everything I knew, strength, speed, mind control with just a glance, near immortality. They weren't facing humans. Arturo had centuries of experience. How could I make that real for them? They listened, serious-faced. But I wasn't sure they truly got it. To them, this might still feel like a game. I was sending them into a nightmare. Hardin followed up. Stay close to your partner. Don't play hero. Call for backup if anything looks off. We're going in blind. 3 cars. 1 patrol unit out front, hers, and another around back. No sirens. Stealth mode. They'll know, I warned. They'll sense us before we're even close. Then we'll be ready, she said with unshaken confidence. We're all gonna die, some voice inside me whispered. But it wasn't the wolf. The wolf wanted blood. The wolf was ready. I didn't know who to listen to anymore. Chapter 15. During the drive, I flipped through the folder on Mercedes Cook. The police had managed to pull a few images from the hotel's security system. Grainy, printed-out shots mostly showing her moving around the building, chatting with staff, entertaining visitors, a few recognizable local celebrities among them. Some photos were blurry, like those typical convenience store robbery stills. Vampires didn't like to be seen. Maybe one of them was Arturo. Then one photo made me freeze. It showed the hallway outside Mercedes's suite at the Brown Palace. A man was entering the room, face clearly visible, posture confident, like he belonged there. He moved with purpose. This was someone who had a plan.
Dak.
I remembered what he told me. It's a good thing when a vampire owes you a favor. You want to side with the strongest. He hadn't answered when I asked if that meant Rick. Clearly, he didn't think so. My stomach sank. We'd found the traitor inside Rick's circle. And I had no way of warning Rick, not if he wasn't answering his phone. Dak was probably with him right now, getting ready to betray him. And Ben was likely there too. Everything was unraveling. I started wondering if it wasn't too late to just grab Ben and run. You know that guy, Hardin said, glancing over.
Yeah.
And I think we're all screwed.
We'll see about that.
Is he a vamp too?
No.
Lycanthrope. Well, everyone's got silver rounds this time. I made sure. Great. I'll just stay behind all of you. Smart move. This was madness. I tried Rick again. No answer. Then Ben. Nothing. Obsidian sat in one of the nicer parts of town, surrounded by trendy restaurants and boutique shops. Somewhere between upscale and artsy. The gallery was just a front. The real business happened in the basement. A staircase around the back led to the heart of Arturo's empire. We checked the designated parking area Rick had told us about. Ben's car wasn't there. Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe things hadn't gone down yet. Maybe they were still okay. Hardin opened her trunk and handed out gear, crosses, stakes, hand crossbows with wooden bolts, and what I assumed were bottles of holy water. I took a few stakes and a small steel cross. And, just in case, I made sure I was ready to run for my life. My backpack went over my shoulders. Armed and ready, we approached the gallery. I couldn't imagine what we looked like. 5 cops heading toward a building in the dark, armed with stakes and crossbows. No doubt what we were hunting. The place was a solitary block surrounded by parking lots. I paused, trying to catch a scent or sense of anything, but everything was still. Hardin gave orders. You two watch the front. No one gets in or out. The rest of us headed to the back entrance. She turned to me. You're a civilian. I won't ask you to go further unless you want to. But if you think you can help. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. But I'm going. I'd started this. I had to see it through. Rick's Beamer was parked out back. He was here, either fighting or already lost. A few other cars were there. Not Ben's. Hardin repeated her instructions to the remaining officers. No one down those stairs. No one leaves. 2 stayed behind as backup while Hardin and I descended. You've been here before? She asked. Despite all her anti-vamp tools, she defaulted to her sidearm, a 9mm semi-automatic. Yeah, I said. But it's been a while. What should I expect? There's a metal door at the bottom. It opens onto a hallway with 2 closed doors, one on each side. I don't know what's behind them. At the end of the hall is another door. That leads to what's basically his throne room. Not literally a throne, but close. A leftover from centuries of power and ceremony. Arturo held court there. It was where Carl would go to negotiate or show strength, bringing his own pack to balance out Arturo's followers. Sometimes he brought me arm candy to bolster his image. I'd always hated that role. A helpless cub on display. It was during one of those visits that I met Rick. I was new to being a werewolf. He was guarding the basement door, and I'd slipped out while Carl was distracted. Couldn't leave entirely, so I sat on the steps and chatted with Rick. He was the first vampire who ever spoke to me like I mattered. He'd been kind. After that, vampires didn't seem so terrifying. If Arturo had made it back from the hospital ahead of us, I figured he'd be in that room with his loyal followers. Rick, who knew? Maybe still by the door like before, ready to greet me with ghost stories about Denver's gold rush days. Hardin led the way down. I kept glancing behind us. At the bottom, the metal door stood ajar. Then, behind us in the alley, a man screamed. Another voice shouted, "Officer down." 2 gunshots rang out. Hardin took off up the stairs. I was right behind her. I didn't even look through the open door. At the top, she shouted, "Freeze! Freeze!" Then, damn it, pressed to the wall, she peered into the alley. I ducked beside her. Sawyer stood there, spinning in confusion, a gun in one hand and a spray bottle in the other, shaking. The second cop lay face down, motionless. No blood, no visible wounds, but that didn't mean anything. I looked up. Vampires could strike from above. Sawyer. Where did he go? I don't know, he just vanished. Gone. I shut my eyes and drew in a deep, even breath. The night was still. The summer warmth bled out of the air, replaced by a damp chill.
Good.
No breeze meant the vampire couldn't stay downwind. They always smelled wrong, like something that had died but hadn't rotted. No decay, no beating heart. Just cold, stolen warmth. Their scent didn't belong to this world. It was like they'd stepped outside of it. I reached for that scent now, tasting the air, allowing the wolf to rise in me just enough to sharpen my senses. I only needed a direction, something to guide Hardin and Sawyer. But all I smelled was vampire. Everywhere. Heart pounding, I pressed my back to the concrete stairwell. We couldn't move until something showed itself. Anything else would be wasted effort and ammo. We couldn't afford to fire holy water into thin air. Sawyer crouched beside his partner and checked his pulse. He had to set one weapon down to do it, and, to my dismay, he chose the spray bottle. Not that I had much faith in it anyway, despite the holy water. But the gun? Probably no better. He's alive, Sawyer called out. I think he's just out cold. Can vampires do that? Hardin whispered. Knock someone out without killing them? I didn't answer, because I saw something move. A flicker between shadows. Sawyer, behind you. He spun and spotted the figure immediately. Pale, dressed simply in dark slacks and a shirt, appearing behind him without a sound. The vampire raised his arm to strike. Panic kicked in, and Sawyer fired before thinking. Quick on the trigger, that one. The shot hit the vampire square in the chest. He staggered but didn't fall. No blood. No reaction beyond straightening and locking eyes on Sawyer. Then he moved fast.
A blur.
Shit, Sawyer breathed, right before the vampire followed through on the strike. A casual backhand, and Sawyer left the ground, crashing onto the asphalt a few feet away. A beat passed. Then Sawyer stirred. Barely, but he moved, rolled onto his back, gasping. You're under arrest, Hardin shouted, raising her gun, though we both knew it was nearly useless. Hardin crossbow, I muttered. She fumbled at her belt. I moved toward the vampire, cross in hand, hoping to draw him away. He glanced at us, smiled faintly, and ignored us. He kept walking toward Sawyer. Hardin's radio crackled. A muffled voice, another officer, reporting gunfire at the front of the building. She cursed under her breath, but said nothing more. It didn't matter. We couldn't help them now. 2 more vampires rounded the corner. Young, one dark-haired, one blonde and tall. I moved to intercept, cross raised, misting the air with holy water. Sawyer was trying to sit up, still unaware of the danger. Hardin fired the crossbow. The bolt hit, but bounced off the vampire's arm. She cursed, digging for another bolt. I placed myself between the new threats and Hardin, spraying a fresh cloud of holy water. It slowed them just enough to keep them from going into overdrive. But not for long. I reached into the backpack for Ben's stakes. The blonde vampire swiped at me. I sprayed him again, catching his hand. He flinched, irritated but unaffected. Then he hit me, so fast I didn't even register the movement. 1 second I was upright, the next I was face down on the pavement, spitting gravel. The stakes spilled from the bag. Ahead of me, the first vampire stepped on Sawyer's chest, pinning him, then twisted his neck. No effort, no humanity. I heard the crack. Saw Sawyer go limp. The vampire dropped him like trash.
No.
Hardin screamed, loosing bolt after bolt. One hit the vampire's shoulder, another his leg. She didn't see the vampire behind her, and the blonde one stood over me. I grabbed a stake and rammed it into his foot. It went straight through the leather. Snarling, he yanked back, then tried to kick me. But I was ready this time. I rolled, grabbed another stake. He lunged. I let him. I ducked low, braced the stake, and drove it upward, right into his chest. He collapsed on top of me, weight crushing me down. He didn't disintegrate, he was too new, but his body shriveled, gray and hollow, like all the life had been vacuumed out. The stake jutted between his ribs. His eyes were cloudy, empty. I looked away, swallowing the scream rising in my throat. Hardin was caught in the arms of the second vampire, his lips brushing her neck. Blood dripped down. The first vampire, the one I'd stabbed, charged her. Even restrained, she fired one last bolt. It landed square in his chest. He stopped, touched the bolt like he was trying to pull it out. His eyes burned with rage. Then he started to crumble. Bit by bit, he disintegrated. He hit his knees. Then the knees vanished. He didn't look away from Hardin, not once, until he was nothing but dust. Hardin screamed and struggled. The vampire behind her held on tight, blood on his lips. I sprinted, faster than I thought possible, stakes in both hands. I drove them both into his back with everything I had. He released her instantly, falling to his knees in silence. Like the blonde one, he didn't turn to dust, just a corpse. His flesh sagged, his bones bleached, and the smell of mold filled the air.
Jesus Christ.
Hardin gasped, clutching her neck. Oh God, am I going to turn?
No, ipanta.
They have to drain you. A little blood, and you're still you. She looked anything but reassured. Panic gripped her. She was barely holding on. Detective, I said, catching her gaze. Breathe. She nodded, sucking in a deep breath. Her hands shook as she pressed a handkerchief to the wound. I knew the truth already, but I still had to check. I touched Sawyer's neck, no pulse. His neck was twisted, eyes wide open. Sawyer? Hardin called. I shook my head. Then I saw her, standing at the top of the stairs.
Pale.
White hair. Cold expression.
Stilla y mattered.
What the hell? Where's Rick? Where's Ben? They were supposed to be here. You weren't supposed to be here, she said, descending the stairs. Detective? I asked low. Out of bolts, she said, bending to retrieve the ones she'd fired.
All right.
I had dropped the cross to go with the stake approach. I figured I couldn't catch her off guard. She was ready for me. I quickly grabbed what I could, stuffing everything back into my pack. The spray bottle still had some holy water left. I faced Stella directly, or as directly as I could, given how tall she was. Just a thought, I said, letting my mouth run wild like it always did. Did you get Rick? At least tell me if you killed him. I'm sure you'd love to explain exactly how badly we messed up. But she didn't admit we'd messed up. She didn't say where Rick was. Maybe because she didn't know. I hadn't seen any other dead vampires besides the ones we'd just taken down. I was willing to hope Arturo's crew hadn't killed Rick before he got inside. Rick had slipped past them. This wasn't over yet. I let her come closer. Let her think this one wouldn't be hard. Come on, you can tell me. Should I beg? Would that make you happy? What's going on? Is Arturo here? Is Rick? And where the hell is Ben? Oh no. You haven't completely screwed up, she said, a painful smile on her face. You're just in the middle of screwing up. She was close enough to reach when I sprayed her with the bottle. The mist hit her flawless marble-like face. She paused, blinking, confused, as if she didn't understand what had just happened. A rash flared up, red spots spreading across her mouth and cheeks, then outwards. She sneezed, then started coughing. Her eyes widened in shock as she grabbed her throat. Vampires only inhale to talk. I'd never heard one sneeze before. But she'd just drawn a breath while opening her mouth to speak and inhaled the holy water mist. It had entered her nose, sinuses, and throat. From what I'd seen, holy water affected vampires, much like silver affected werewolves. It caused allergic reactions, rashes, hives, that kind of thing. I tried to imagine breaking out in hives inside my sinuses and throat.
Gross.
She kept coughing, dropped to her knees, and the rash on her face flared bright red. By then, Hardin returned, her freshly loaded crossbow aimed at the now weakened vampire. She out? Hardin asked.
You know that fast.
Stella was too focused on her pain to care about anything else. Hardin's radio buzzed again. She ran toward the front, and I followed. Lopez, report. Hardin called. Peeking around the corner, I saw two officers back to back, weapons drawn. One had a gun, the other a crossbow. Both looked panicked, ready for an attack. I don't know. Lopez shouted. There were 3. 4, the other corrected. 4 of them. I thought it was over. Then they just vanished. I hated it when vampires pulled that disappearing act. I looked all around, expecting shadows to move. They won't have gone far, Hardin said. Keep watching. I sniffed the air. They were definitely here. I could smell them, distinguish individual scents, each different, but impossible to identify exactly. The place was soaked in their presence. Even if we destroyed the building, the undead essence would linger. We waited, tense and still. Finally, Hardin said, So? Did we scare them off, or what? She smelled nervous, but stayed composed. Lopez and his partner stayed back to back, tense as ever. I wasn't ready to guess. The street was silent. Nothing could happen here. I'm going to check on Kramer, Hardin said. Call me?
Bang.
Lopez fired again. Stop that, Charlie yelled, appearing with a smoking hole in his shirt. He dropped a vampire body in front of us, male, fighter built. He eyed me. What are you doing here? Hardin's officers followed, still tense. Where's Rick? I asked. Where's Ben? Ben was coming to help. I don't see his car. Rick's downstairs. Violet's hurt. Need your help. Wait, is that another vampire? Hardin asked. He's one of the good ones, I said, maybe unsure. Charlie, Detective Hardin. So, is that one dead? The body hadn't decomposed like usual. Knocked out. How do you knock out a vampire? Charlie didn't answer. He grabbed my shoulder and pulled me aside. Lopez pleaded. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Follow Kitty's lead. Stay alert. In the shadows against the wall lay Violet. A shiny red streak stained her black shirt, blood from a neck wound. Half her throat was torn open, vertebrae showing. The bleeding had stopped. Blood drained out. Lopez looked away, covering his mouth. Her eyes closed, no movement. I couldn't tell if she was dead or more than dead. All vampires smelled dead. She'd lost all her borrowed blood. That's why they drink. Maybe she was gone for good. Charlie cradled her gently. Violet, baby, I brought help. Stay with me, okay? He stroked her face and hair, held her hand. No response. Kitty's going to help. Hang on, baby. What can I do? I whispered, heartbreaking. She needs blood to heal. Strong blood.
Of course.
Just a mouthful. I'd seen this before. Do I have to? I winced.
Please.
Just a little. I'd never seen such pleading before, not even from a vampire. I nodded. Detective Harden, you got a jackknife? She blinked. You're serious? Yes, please. Watch closely. This gets interesting. She didn't have one, but Lopez did, a small penknife on a keychain. That'd work. I knelt by Violet, opened the blade, and before I could hesitate, cut my left forearm deep. Didn't look at it. It barely hurt until the blood hit the air, then it stung bad. I gritted my teeth and held my arm near her lips. Charlie tilted Violet's head back, opened her mouth. Drops fell on her cheek, tracing down to her jaw. Then steady flow into her mouth, like giving water to someone dying of thirst. Thanks to my quick healing, the cut clotted fast, skin closing over before our eyes. Violet didn't need much. After the first few drops, she closed her mouth, swallowing. Her exposed throat muscles twitched, then started healing, skin stretching over the wound. Harden muttered a curse. Violet licked her lips, reaching for more, wincing, then settling back in Charlie's lap. Charlie, she whispered. Yeah, baby? It hurts. Not for long. Her skin flushed, gaining color as the blood took effect. Fingers twitched, then hands, then she reached for Charlie. He helped her sit up. Suddenly, she looked like someone recovering from sickness, not drained to near death. Damn, she muttered, wiping blood from her clothes. All this good stuff wasted. Feeling better? Charlie asked. Tired, she answered. You're welcome, I said, rubbing my healing arm. Nearby lay 2 piles of ash on the concrete, the ones who attacked Violet. Charlie hadn't spared them.
So,
had we taken them all? How many left? I asked. No clue, Charlie said. 3, maybe 4. Maybe more downstairs. Rick wanted them all alive. Wanted everyone alive. Kitty, are these good guys or not? Harden pressed. Violet purred. Ooh, not exactly. Harden narrowed her eyes. Do I know you too? Seen you before? Charlie and Violet exchanged glances, then back to her. Don't think so, Charlie said. Violet giggled, like Bonnie and Clyde back in action. I wanted to shake them both. Is Rick downstairs? Yes. What about Ben? And Dak? We have to find Dak, he's working for Mercedes. Charlie's smile faded. Shit. We need to tell Rick. Harden pointed at Lopez. You two, call backup. Check on Kramer out back. Where's Sawyer? Lopez asked. Harden shook her head. There's another one of those things out back. Keep an eye on her. She rattled off orders. Things, Charlie said. She calls us things? Violet stood, bracing for a fight. They're still out there. I saw nothing but shadows everywhere. Charlie grabbed my arm. Go downstairs. Tell Rick what's happening. Go. He pushed me forward. Harden and I ran toward the back, passing Lopez talking into his radio, calling for backup. Lopez's partner kept a crossbow trained on Stella, who was doubled over and gasping. Harden led, crossbow ready, moving cautiously. The basement door stood open. No sound from inside. Harden peeked, then slipped into the hallway. I followed. The hall was dark, carpeted in a deep color. Soft lighting created atmosphere. 2 figures lay against the wall, apparently dead. Side doors open, rooms dark. More vampires? Harden asked. I nodded. An unconscious vampire was basically dead, pale, waxen, no breath. And again, how do you knock out a vampire? I'd have to ask Rick. We hurried down the hall. Harden kept her weapon trained on the bodies. I said, remember, don't look. At their eyes, I know. The door at the end was open, revealing a stunning room. Low ceilings, brocade walls, bronze lamps, thick carpet. Opulent furnishings, a dais with Persian rugs and antique furniture. A plush red throne with gilt carvings. Rick sat on the throne, gripping armrests, leaning forward. Arturo stood before him, fury twisting his face. Rick had done what he said, come to wait for Arturo. Rick only wanted a few minutes alone. Why was he hesitating? The longer he waited, the more chances Arturo had to act, to win. It takes more than sitting in that chair to take my place, Arturo said. Rick glanced at us in the doorway. Hardin's crossbow was ready but wavering. "Stand down, detective," Rick said. "I'm doing this right. No staking." Hardin shook her head. "You," she said to Arturo, "are under arrest for assault." Arturo glanced back. "Catherine, changed your mind?" "My offer still stands." I couldn't answer. Hardin and I needed to leave. This was a glimpse into vampire politics few outsiders ever got. I was fascinated and wanted to be anywhere else. This was about to get messy. Rick said calmly, "Me being here and you not stopping me shows you're weak. Time to step aside." "Giving me a chance to concede?" Arturo laughed. "Yes." Still smiling as if deeply amused, Arturo shook his head. "You are too soft for this, Ricardo. You're too weak to sit in that chair. Actually, I plan on replacing this chair with something a little more practical." "Why is everyone ignoring me?"
Hardin said.
"Because they think we're bugs," I reminded her. Rather than being frustrated, though, I wanted a bucket of popcorn. Arturo said to Rick, "You don't have the years to do that. You don't have the time stretching behind you, supporting you. You need age to take my place." "Oh, that's the game, is it? You have no idea how old I am."
He was calm.
Relentlessly calm. Arturo's expression fell, and he said, angrily, "How old, then?" I had pegged them both at about 200 or 300 years old, by inference and rumor. Rick had controlled those rumors, evidently. With age came strength and power. He'd kept his hidden. Ricardo, I suddenly saw the difference, studied his rival, as if he could peel back the skin, yank out the secrets he wanted simply by looking. When Arturo took a step back, his hand touching his cheek, rubbing it almost like it hurt, I missed what had happened, if anything had actually happened. Then I smelled it. Blood in the air. Arturo looked at his hand, which was covered by a sheen of red. A film also covered his cheek, his jaw, all his exposed skin. He was sweating blood. Teeth bared, fangs showing. Arturo stared at Rick in a panic. Was Rick doing this? Making Arturo sweat blood? Drawing the substance out of his body? When Arturo glared back at Rick, attempting to stun him, or hypnotize him, or knock him unconscious like those vampires in the hallway, or draw blood through his pores, he couldn't. It didn't work. He didn't have the years, the power. "I followed Coronado into this country, Arturo. I have age," Rick said. 500 years old. He was over 500 fucking years old. Arturo gaped at him. Arturo, who was only 200 or 300 years old. Only. Rick carried his 5 centuries well. He didn't let on that the weight of those years pressed on him. The old ones tended to get smug, becoming bored and arrogant as they grew powerful and isolated. Not him. He acted like he still had discoveries to make. Like the world was still fresh to him. He'd misled us all. "You don't," Arturo said in a breathless tone that betrayed his belief and his fear. He wiped his cheeks, rubbed his hands, smearing red over his skin, but he couldn't wipe it off. When Rick stood and stepped toward the younger vampire, Arturo stumbled back, losing all his grace, almost falling. Rick pressed forward, grabbing hold of Arturo's collar, hoisting him upright, trapping him. He locked gazes with the other vampire, and Arturo froze. Like he was only mortal, a vulnerable human trapped in a vampire's stare. Rick had intimidated him into submission. Holy cow. "Ricardo, step away from him, please." A curve of color that had seemed just another part of a tapestry moved forward. Mercedes Cook, emerging from the shadows. Wearing a tailored jacket, long skirt, and heeled boots, she walked with confidence, head high, eyes half-lidded, like she was on stage, on show. And she left no doubt as to who was really in control here. Of course, she hadn't left Denver, not with the situation still unresolved. "Mercedes," Rick said, grimacing. He didn't turn away from his quarry. "What's her price? How much are you paying for her to keep you in power?" "Price? I'm not paying anything. She has no power here." But he glanced at her, uncertain. "Mercedes," Rick said again, this time questioning the woman. Her poise was deeply practiced, unflappable. The end of the world would not shake her. Humanity would destroy itself with nuclear bombs or rampant plagues, and vampires like her would stand among the ashes, imperious. Arturo and I haven't made a deal.
Yet. Arturo?
It's not too late. Still dangling in Rick's grip, Arturo stared, his eyes widening. It was you. All along, it was you. And I saw it then myself. The nightclub attacks, the bodies left in the warehouse for the police to find, all of it giving the impression that Arturo was losing control. Indirectly, she'd inspired Rick to rebel. She'd made Arturo seem, and maybe even feel, weak. All so she could stroll in here and offer to rescue him. Kitty, what's going on? Hardin whispered. I shook my head. I'd have to explain it later. Rick stared, like the same realization had just dawned on him as well. He said, Why? Why back him? The known quantity is always to be preferred, she said. Always maintain status quo, when the status quo in question is sufficiently under control. Under control, Arturo said. He kept looking around for followers who were all unconscious or dead. Whose control? No one controls me. The long game put you here, Arturo, and the long game will keep you here because you are weak. Arturo's expression turned cold, frozen and disbelieving. For my part, I wished I could hit pause and rewind to play that bit over. The long game? What interest do they have in Denver? Arturo said, his voice fallen to almost a whisper. Denver is nothing to them. Even a pawn may threaten the king. She glanced at me, then, and I almost squeaked. I had nothing to do with any of this. I was an innocent bystander, an accidental witness who wanted nothing more than to flee. Her attention on me lasted less than a second, less than the blink of an eye. How had she put so much meaning in that shortest space of time? Then she was regarding Arturo again. You've reveled in your power here, for quite some time by local standards. As long as Denver's been a city, you've been here. You've grown comfortable, complacent. You've lost sight. You've forgotten that this isn't about you. She approached them step by step, like a lion. No, a jackal waiting to clean up the pieces. You, he spoke to Rick. You're fighting them. You've always been fighting them, haven't you? You'll keep this city out of their hands. I will. Arturo's smile changed, thinned, turned sly. It became the familiar smug expression he usually wore. Then I concede. Denver is yours. I'll leave here forever. Rick said, Mercedes, you're here as a witness. Is that enough? Do you accept that I am now master of Denver? Mercedes's voice chimed with hidden laughter. Where will you go, Arturo? Back to Philadelphia. I have friends there. Friends like me, she said. Friends who are also playing the game? Well, they want you back. Arturo's expression turned stricken. She was 2 strides away from Rick. She'd never said her age. I'd guessed that it was young, less than 100 years. But she was an actress, and she had disguised herself. She carried herself with a confidence that exceeded even Rick's. Having seen what Rick could do to Arturo, I could almost imagine what she could do to Rick. I was way out of my league here. I knew that. I accepted that. But I also knew that I absolutely did not want this woman poking her sticky, undead fingers into my city. I sprang forward, spray bottle in one hand, cross in the other, both stuck out in front of me, braced in my grip like they were Ben's gun. Stop. Mercedes arched a perfect, questioning brow at me. She almost seemed amused. It's holy water, I said. Oh my. She smiled, but she didn't move. What the hell good was a spray bottle of holy water going to do? She could bat it out of my hand in a second. Hardin stepped up beside me. Stop. All of you. Put your hands up. Mercedes smiled at Rick. You have minions. That's so sweet. Rick said, Mercedes, yes or no? Do you accept that I am now master of Denver? What does it matter if she accepts it or not? I said, losing patience. She's not even from here. Do not ignore me. I said, hands up. Hardin sounded flustered. Something happened. Rick moved, then a shadow fell over Hardin, and her crossbow disappeared. He broke the weapon over his knee and tossed the pieces aside like they were nothing. Hey, she said. Both of you stay out of this, Rick said roughly. You have no idea what's happening here. Explain this to me, Kitty, Hardin said. Rick wants to be the new master of Denver. Mercedes wants to stop him. I'm here to arrest that guy. She nodded at Arturo. That's all I want. Rick never took his eyes off the other vampires. If anyone but me removes Arturo, my authority here will be suspect. Your answer, Mercedes. Why are you even asking her? I said. Just kick her butt. Rick said, cutting. I can't do anything to her if I want the city. Diplomatic immunity, Mercedes said. But she isn't exactly being neutral here. Kitty, be quiet, please, Rick said, ice cold. Mercedes. No, Mercedes said. I will carry word that Denver's torn between two masters and ripe for the taking. When she reached for him, Rick stepped back. If I didn't know better, I'd have said he looked afraid. Enough. I shot her. Sprayed her. Whatever. My hand was shaking, and she twisted out of the way. Somehow, she'd seen it coming, anticipated me in the protracted way vampires saw time. The arc of water only caught her arm. She didn't make a sound, not so much as a hiss of pain or anger. Splotches of water marred the sleeve of her jacket. The water probably hadn't even soaked through. Suddenly, something hit me. The water bottle flew out of my hand, crashing against the wall behind me, and I struggled to breathe. A heavy force slammed into me, knocking me to my knees. Mercedes grabbed my throat and squeezed, holding me firmly in place. I clawed at her wrist, scratched her arm, desperate to break free. I gasped for air. She could kill me with one hand. She said coldly, and you both have let the wolves here run wild. You should be ashamed. Right, Hardin snapped. That's it. I've had enough. You're all under arrest. She'd managed to grab the spray bottle and pointed it at Mercedes. Not that it had helped me. With a swift flick, Mercedes knocked the bottle from Hardin's grip. The cop stumbled back. Mercedes, let her go, Rick demanded. She refused. My vision started to blur, dark spots spreading as a growl rose deep from my throat. Inside, Wolf was struggling, ready to claw, to run. But I knew if I shifted into Wolf, Mercedes would still have a hold on my throat and could easily crush me. Mercedes. Rick lunged at her. No. Arturo grabbed Rick's arm, stopping him. He clasped Rick's wrists, then forced his hands back onto his own collar. Do it. You planned this from the start, so just finish it. Calm suddenly overtook him, like he was surrendering, almost embracing Rick. For a moment, he still held the power of master. Arturo. I'm no one's pawn. I've lived 300 years, not to be someone's pawn. You'll stand against them. I never wanted this. Oh, yes you did. Ricardo, don't waste my blood. Mercedes released me. I collapsed, clutching my neck, coughing. Bruises bloomed where she'd squeezed. Hardin touched my shoulder. For the first time that night, desperation crept into the singer's voice. Arturo, 300 years on this earth, and you won't even fight for your life? I don't believe it. Arturo gave a bitter chuckle. 300 years, and I was never my own man. Now I see it clearly. Thought I'd learned everything. A silent exchange passed between him and Rick. Then Rick struck. I flinched at how fast it happened. This couldn't be real. I kept telling myself it wasn't. Rick sank his teeth into Arturo's neck. Arturo's head jerked back, teeth bared in pain, fingers digging into Rick's arms, tendons taut. One leg kicked out, but Rick held him steady, keeping him upright. Rick's mouth stayed locked on his throat, lips working, sucking for what felt like forever. Mercedes turned away. I noticed first in Arturo's shirt. The fabric sagged, then spread to his pants. His clothes wilted, blackened, crumbling to ash. His body decayed in minutes, 3 centuries collapsing into moments, shriveling, drying, turning black and ashen. His golden hair faded to white, then powder. And still Rick pressed his face to him. Dropping to his knees, he cradled what was left of Arturo as he disintegrated. When nothing remained, Rick stood, sifting gray ash through his fingers, wiping it from his face. Dust stained his clothes, mixed with blood. Arturo wasn't evil. Maybe ambiguous, flawed, with dark deeds. But I didn't want to watch him die. I kept telling myself it was him or Rick. Him or Rick. Rick faced Mercedes. I have his blood. Blood is everything. All he was is now mine. His land, his people, his power. Mercedes, go tell them this city belongs to me, and it's fiercely guarded. I should arrest you for murder. Both of you, Hardin whispered, shock wide in her eyes. He died 300 years ago, I whispered. Did that even count as murder? It felt meaningless now. You have no jurisdiction here, detective, Rick said. Mercedes collected herself, her face settling into a cool mask. She smoothed her skirt and jacket. Before leaving, she said, Kitty, you kept asking about my age. You should know, because I want you to, that I'm older than both of them. She gestured to Rick and the ashes. Then she vanished into the shadows. Hardin stared at the dust. Quietly to Rick, tell me you play by different rules than he did. That I won't find warehouses full of torn-up bodies. Tell me I won't regret helping you. You won't, Rick promised. It couldn't be that simple. The long game, she said. I wondered who Rick would have to fight to keep the city, and what it would cost him. This is so Twilight Zone. I need to check on my people, Hardin said, running a hand through her hair. I'm stepping outside for a cigarette. She reached into her pocket and left. Rick slouched, exhausted. It's over. But she's still out there, I said, voice cracking.
Mercedes.
What if she comes back? You could have stopped her. No, I couldn't. Her status protects her. If I destroyed her, I'd lose everything I've gained. Vampire politics. I didn't care anymore. Work waited. Rick, there's a problem. Hardin's team found photos of Dak at the Brown Palace.
What?
Rick said, still smudged with Arturo's ashes. My stomach turned. They reviewed hotel footage. Dak visiting her. He's been feeding her and Arturo info.
He's your spy.
Makes sense. She knew your people were at the warehouse, told Arturo. Told Dak to call 911, so when cops showed up, Arturo needed her help. He even saved you because she wanted you alive to pressure Arturo more. Rick didn't respond immediately. His gaze dropped to Arturo's chair. Expression unreadable. Then he whispered, not Dak. I don't believe it. You want me to get the pictures? What else would he be doing there? He shook his head sharply, a rare harsh move from someone so graceful. Damn. Where is he? Is he here? How much does he know about our plan? And Ben was supposed to find you. Rick smiled wryly. Dak's not here. Then where is he? I sent him and Ben to go after Carl and Meg, he said bitterly, lowering his eyes. I just stared at him, frozen, not just numb, but like the ground was falling away beneath me. His words shattered everything, and I could hear my blood pounding in my ears. You've doomed him, I said flatly. Dak's walking him straight into a trap. They'll tear him apart. Unless Mick, Sean and Becky's friend, was out there. Or anyone else who could save him. And if Carl and Meg hadn't already wiped them all out. Too many unknowns. They might all be dead. I knew. I thought you wouldn't face Carl and Meg. Part of you still sees them as your superiors. Too much history between you. Ben agreed. So he and Dak went after Carl and Meg without you. It seemed like the best move. They were supposed to handle it while I dealt with Arturo. We'd end it all in one night. His voice was flat, drained of feeling. I could probably punch him, and he'd just stand there. He had no right to decide I couldn't confront my old alphas. He didn't know me or what drives me. Neither he nor Ben had the right to take that from me. The chaos they caused might be irreversible. I didn't know who I hated more. But now wasn't the time to be angry. Rick, we have to go after them.
Now.
It's almost on. I can't.
Kitty, Ben's strong.
He's clever. Maybe he's all right. Like hell. One guy against all three? And it's probably a trap. I'm sorry, he said, sounding small. Unexpectedly young. Give me your keys. I held out my hand. Your car.
Give me the keys now.
It's too dangerous alone. Find someone to come with you. I couldn't think of anything but finding Ben. Just give me the keys. He pulled them from his pocket and tossed them to me. I caught them and headed for the door, my backpack with everything I needed still on my back. Kitty. I didn't look back. In the hallway, I almost ran into Charlie and Violet. They were carrying unconscious vampires into the lair. Stella was among them, face swollen with hives. Charlie said Rick hadn't wanted any vampires killed. Now it made sense. They belonged to Arturo, and since Rick had taken Arturo's power, these vampires were now his. Charlie and Violet were taking them underground before dawn. Rick didn't want to lose potential allies. Right now, it was easy to see him as just as cunning and selfish as the rest, ready to sacrifice anyone. Hey, Kitty, give me a hand here? Charlie called, but I kept walking. Hey. I ignored him, my mind only on the car, the road, the route to Meg and Carl's house, where Dak must have taken Ben. My Ben. Outside, the sky was lightening, a twilight blue edging into gray. Rick was right. Dawn was near. I hadn't realized how much time had passed. How long had it been since Dak and Ben went after Carl and Meg? How long ago had they doomed him? The alley behind Obsidian was lit with flashing red and blue lights. Ambulances, police cars. EMTs checked Kramer. Police put up yellow tape around the parking lot. A few officers, wearing gloves and carrying crime scene kits, crouched by Sawyer, investigating. Hardin stood near an ambulance, nursing a cigarette, talking on the phone. I passed them all. Kitty. Hardin called. Hey, Kitty. I jumped into Rick's car and drove off, focused and fast. I knew the way and what waited. The sports car was unlike anything I'd ever driven. It hugged the pavement low, the tires hummed, and it responded to the slightest touch. A tiny turn of the wheel sent me darting around corners. The slightest push of the gas made it surge forward. I didn't even check the speedometer. The world blurred by. At this hour, this early morning, I had no traffic to slow me. It felt like running free on four legs across open wilds, wind running through my fur. I am a hunter. I will track them down and strike. I shook off the brief blur and the gray haze over my vision. For a moment, I saw the world through wolf eyes. I had to stay human. Wolf couldn't drive the damn car. Or hold the gun. Chapter 16. The sky had turned pale. Take care of him, Cormac had said. Keep him safe. But how could I ever face him again? What could I possibly say? I had gotten Ben killed. I wiped the tears from my face. How was I supposed to keep going without Ben?
There was no time to dwell on that.
I am a hunter. I could already taste their blood, my mouth watering at the thought. I let that part of the wolf slip into my mind. This was our territory, our mate. They wouldn't get away with this. We'd learned to fight. We'd show them. Or die trying. They lived on the edge of town, near the foothills, on a stretch of land with a backyard opening into wild woods. This was the core of their territory. The pack came here to run under full moons. Even if they weren't at the house, they'd be nearby. I was sure Dak knew exactly where. Ben and Dak had gone here to track Carl and Meg, and Carl and Meg would lure Ben here to kill him. I could feel their trail as if I'd been tracking it all along. Carl's truck sat in the driveway, but the house was dark, like no one was home. Then again, it was dawn, so who could say? A plain sedan was parked half a block away. Someone inside was sipping coffee, looking bored. Hardin Stakeout. I drove a few blocks farther. There, at the street by the state park trailhead, was Ben's car. My heart clenched and nausea rolled through me, like morning sickness, like a miscarriage. The certainty of death settling in my gut. I passed Ben's car and drove a bit more, peering through the cottonwoods into the open field beyond, hoping to spot something, any sign of them. Nothing. I'd have to find them myself. I stopped, killed the engine, and reached for my bag. If you need to kill someone, make sure the gun is loaded. That's what he had told me. I remembered every instruction, as if Ben were standing behind me, whispering. I could feel his arms around me, steadying my own. I popped the clip, fully loaded, silver bullets gleaming. Slid it back, chambered around. Funny how fast I'd gotten used to this. I wished it were over so I could curl up and be sick. But the wolf whispered, I am a hunter. The world wavered to gray again. It was dawn. It was the wolf sight. It pushed me forward, steadying me. Only one thought now, them.
And death.
Rick? What are you doing here? Dak stepped out from the cottonwoods, walking toward the street. He saw the BMW, recognized it, and realized. My first catch. I stepped out of the car. Thank God the BMW was low. I could look over it without looking ridiculous. Rick's not a morning person.
You know that, I said.
Dak froze. His eyes went wide. He hadn't expected to see me. Not at all. Where's Rick? He asked, cautious. Basement of Obsidian. What? Our churro's gone. Rick sent Mercedes out of town.
And we know all about you.
I rested the gun on the roof of the car. You should have sided with the strongest vampire. He bolted. Didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward Ben's car. I raised the gun. Fired twice. The weapon jumped in my hand. I forgot Ben's lessons, everything he taught me. I missed. One bullet shredded a tree, sending splinters flying. By the time I recovered, Dak had climbed into Ben's car and was doing a U-turn, speeding away. Son of a bitch had stolen Ben's keys.
Ben.
I let Dak go and ran toward the trees. Did quick math, fired twice. 15 bullets total, 13 left. Should be enough. If I could hold my aim, just 2 shots. I followed my nose. There they were in a field beyond the cottonwoods, out of view from the road. All 3. Ben was standing, but Carl was behind him, holding him, wrenching both his arms back, pinning him still so Meg could torture him. Blood covered Meg, splattered across her face and clothes. Her wolf had taken over. Her hands had become claws. She'd been slashing Ben. I was 20 paces away, but could see the wounds, cuts across his cheeks and neck, as if claws had gripped him tight. His shirt was torn, soaked with blood. She was tearing him apart, piece by piece, while Carl held him down. They had paused. Meg had stepped back, probably hearing the gunshots, deciding whether to check it out. I searched Ben for any sign he was moving, that he would survive, that the damage wasn't fatal. We were less than a mile from where TJ had died, ripped apart by Carl. I couldn't watch that again. I was on the verge of screaming in pain. Meg spotted me and snarled. Wordless fury. Dak had delivered Ben to them, and now they were breaking him down. With Ben's keys in hand, Dak was probably heading off to get me, bait me out here. Maybe he'd promise help rescuing Ben. It was probably part of their deal with Arturo. Carl and Meg could keep the pack, but we had to be eliminated. Or maybe it was Mercedes' plan. Like Rick, we were too independent, too much trouble. She'd sent her pawn to get rid of us. They planned to kill all 3 of us, me, Ben, and Rick, on the same night we were planning to kill them. It came down to who got there first. A flash of everything I could say to Meg. Mercy, warning her to stop, to leave Ben alone, to get out of Denver and never come back, the same deal Carl had been given. She stepped toward me, bloodied hands clenched, shoulders tense like a wolf's hackles, muscles coiled for attack.
I stood firm.
She was so caught up in adrenaline and victory, she hadn't noticed the gun at my side, hidden behind my thigh. She thought she had the upper hand, but she didn't. That knowledge gave me strength. This time I was calm. Ben's voice whispered instructions. Breathe. Hold the gun steady with both hands. Aim. Exhale slowly. It took only a second. Her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected a weapon. I aimed for her head. Fired. Fired again. One bullet hit her shoulder, the other her chest, spraying blood. She spun and fell, silent. Carl ducked, flattened himself on the ground. Ben dropped beside him, motionless. I choked back a cry. Meg writhed on the ground. I kept my distance. The gun was warm in my hand. I held it steady, sighting down the barrel. The wounds hadn't killed her. I'd have to finish it. I didn't want to do this. Please, God, don't make me do this. Then she screamed. Pain ripped through her. Her body arched, arms flung out clutching at the grass. Her head tipped back, mouth wide open in a scream. A foul, rotten smell rose from her, mingling with her wolf scent, spreading, overpowering. I stepped closer. Meg didn't notice. Her muscles clenched, folding her into a trembling fetal shape. The wounds had blackened, veins darkened, poisoned by silver coursing through her blood. Soon the poison would mark her entire body. She stopped shaking, eyes and mouth frozen open, fingers still curled like claws. Now just fingers, harmless, stained with blood. "Oh, God," Carl whispered. I looked at him, and he scrambled away, afraid of me, though I wasn't even aiming the gun at him. This moment had been coming for a long time. I moved toward him, raised the gun, and aimed. I forced myself to step slowly, calm and powerful, though all I wanted was to drop to my knees beside Ben, or let Wolf loose to rip Carl apart. I could almost taste his blood on my tongue. Ben stirred, beginning to sit up, alive. He was alive. His jaw was clenched tight, teeth grinding as he curled in on himself, trembling in that way that meant he was holding the wolf back. He was fighting the change, resisting the pull of all the rage and pain. I couldn't go to him just yet. Carl had gotten to his feet and was still retreating. "Kitty," he said, and his voice, I'd never heard it like that. Strained, high-pitched,
Panicked.
Don't do this. You don't want to do this. Kitty, please." Something moved in the brush behind him, at the foot of the hills where the forest began. A wolf padded out of the trees. Then another. Big ones, far too big to be wild. These were werewolves, still carrying the mass of their human forms, over 150 pounds, maybe more. They moved with purpose, smooth and silent. A woman followed them, nude, stretching her limbs with a familiar fluidity. She was getting ready to shift. I breathed deep, trying to catch sense on the still morning air. The smell of the pack was everywhere, familiar, grounding. This was their place, their territory. But this scent wasn't just lingering memory. It was fresh. They were here.
Now.
I glanced around. People were emerging from all sides. 4, 6, 9 more. Sean was among them, coming from the street.
He nodded at me.
They weren't all gone. They'd made it. They'd come.
Carl saw them then.
For a fraction of a second, his face lit up. He thought they were here to save him. His pack. But they weren't his anymore. They advanced on him, expressions filled with vengeance. This was retribution for the beatings, the manipulation for the deaths. Carl's expression crumbled into horror. He lifted his hands, pleading. "Kitty, no, please. I'll go. I'll leave Denver, I swear. You can have it, it's yours, all of it." "It already is," I said. His face slackened, all the fight gone. The wolves closed in. One bit into his side, another raked claws across his back. Carl shrieked and began to change. His wolf had sensed the threat and surged forward. His face twisted into a snout, hands turned to claws, fur erupted across his skin. But he was too slow. There were too many. They swarmed him. I lost sight of him, but not the sound, screams, high and desperate, turning to snarls, then whimpers, and finally silence.
They tore him apart.
I dropped the gun and ran to Ben. Ben, please, hang on." Kitty, already upright. He collapsed into my arms, and we held each other like we'd fall apart otherwise. I buried my face in him, soaked in his blood, gripping him like I could keep him here just by holding tight.
"Don't die. Please don't die.
Don't leave me. Don't ever leave me." Even wounded, he hugged me just as hard. I could barely breathe, and I didn't care. "I'm okay," he murmured. "I'll be okay. I'm not going anywhere. I love you. I love you, Ben." He kissed me, first against my ear, where I'd tucked in tight, then I turned and found his mouth with mine. His hands threaded into my hair, holding me as we kissed through the blood, through everything. I didn't want to stop. Ben sagged against me, and I panicked for a second, thinking he was slipping away. But then he rested his head on my shoulder. He was just letting go.
"No shift. No death.
Just rest," he whispered. "She kept saying they'd bring me back to you in pieces. That they'd show you the pieces before they took you, too." And all I could think was, don't let them hurt her. Please don't let them hurt her. We both let out a breath, sinking into the quiet. "You're really okay?" I asked, though I didn't want to pull away to check. I just wanted to stay wrapped around him. I feel like hell, he said, with a small laugh. Dak was one of them. He turned. I know. He's gone now. Did we win? Are we the good guys?
Yeah.
We are. Let me see you. He groaned as he shifted, and I finally took in the damage. Bruises everywhere, deep cuts on his arms, his shirt in tatters. His skin was shredded, slashes down his face, neck, chest, stomach. They bled freely, gaping when he breathed. She hadn't wanted to kill him fast. She'd made it last. It was the only reason he was still alive. Oh God, I whispered. He shook his head. It's already getting better. Now that she's gone, it's better. You need to rest. Don't move. As long as you stay with me. I smiled. I'm not going anywhere. The pack had gone quiet. The wet sounds of the attack had stopped. Many of them had fully changed, unable to resist the blood and frenzy. They were wolves now, calm and resting, licking paws, grooming each other. A few remained in human form, bloody and watchful. Carl was gone. They started to gather around us, over a dozen of them, forming a circle. When they saw me looking, they dropped their gazes, flattened their ears, lowered their tails. Submission. Deference.
You are the leader now.
I whispered into Ben's shoulder. I'm not ready for this. You said you wanted kids, didn't you? Not like this. Not a dozen violent, broken souls.
Just one.
Maybe. One I could raise. Still, I let out a nervous, shaky laugh. Oh, Alpha, my Alpha, Ben said softly, and I gave his arm a light punch. He kissed my forehead gently. Sean hadn't joined the others during the kill. Instead, he stayed close by, watching over us. You okay, Ben? He asked quietly. Getting there. Ben didn't try to get up, but that was fine. We could rest here for a while. We were safe now. What are all of you doing here? I asked, my throat tight with emotion. A few wolves perked their ears, listening. Mick was watching the house, but when the cop showed up, he slipped into the hills. Lost phone signal, so Becky and Wes went after him. They caught Carl and Meg's scent and followed. Then Rick called me about Ben and Dak. He said he'd sent cops here, too. They should arrive any minute now. I let out a bitter laugh. Rick probably thought calling backup made up for sending Ben into danger in the first place. Thank you, I said instead of cursing him. You seem to be handling it all right, Sean remarked. I shrugged, honestly relieved I hadn't had to shoot Carl myself. No regrets there. Wolves hunt in packs, I said, leaving it at that. Police sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder fast, 3 or 4 cars at least. I sighed, knowing I'd have a hard time explaining everything. Wes. Sean called to one of the pack, who was still human. Wes stood and moved through the wolves settled near him. Help me clean up. Before heading toward where Meg lay, Sean said to me, We'll take care of this. The 2 men lifted Meg's body, draping her arms over their shoulders. Her long dark hair fell forward, hiding her face. They quickly dragged her into the hills, out of sight. The pack had places to make bodies vanish. They cleaned up their messes. Watching her go, I was surprised by how much hatred still welled up inside me. But she was gone now. Couldn't hurt us anymore. Ben brought me back from my thoughts. Nice of them to give us a warning, he said. Detective Harden, right? Probably. Should we go meet her? Where's the gun? Ugh. He tried to stand but slumped back, stopped by pain. I dropped it. I'll look for it later. Harden can handle herself. 5 minutes later, Harden arrived with half a dozen officers, emerging around the cottonwoods. They spread out, weapons drawn, clearly expecting trouble. The wolves had vanished into the hills. Only Ben and I remained, blood drying on us, sitting in the dry grass bathed in morning light. I raised my hands to show I was unarmed and tried not to look threatening. Detectiva. Kitty, what's going on here? Is everyone okay? Oh my God. She'd just gotten her first good look at us. We were a mess. It's over. It's finally over, I said. She hesitated, clearly unsure what to say. I didn't care what she thought anymore. Let her figure it out. Do you need medical help? She asked at last. Ben grinned faintly, either feeling better or completely out of it. Nope. Just need a day in bed with my girlfriend to recover.
So cute.
A day in bed sounded nice. I wondered if he was too sore for cuddling. Do you need us for statements, or can we leave? I should lock you up, she said. I batted my eyelashes. Please, no more. Just let me rest. She sighed. Go. But I'll call you later. Thanks. Oh, and Dax still on the loose. Hardin shook her head, smiling. My guy watching the house caught him speeding in a probably stolen car. We've got him in custody. Silver-painted cell? You got it. And everyone lived happily ever after, Ben said, smiling blankly. I needed to get him home before he really lost it. Come on, Prince Charming. He leaned on me, moving slowly but steady. Don't forget the gun, Ben said. Hardin watched me carefully while I searched the grass. I found it by the scent of spent powder. Do you have a permit for that? She asked sharply. Yes, I said, quickly returning to Ben's side. She opened her mouth, pointed at me like to say something, then shook her head. Stay out of trouble. Try to stay out of trouble. I smiled. Thanks, detective. I pulled Ben close and helped him walk. I wasn't sure what Hardin and the others would make of all this. They'd find blood, spent shells, but no bodies. Nothing more to follow. It was over. Maybe finally over. Ben and I walked toward the street by the trailhead, and I helped him into the BMW. Wow, you upgraded, Ben remarked. It's a loaner. I hate to get blood on that nice leather seat. Too late. I'd already opened the door and helped him in. It's Rick's car. He'll understand. As we drove off, Ben murmured, The world looks better in the light, doesn't it? Morning was well underway. The sun fully risen, the sky a clear blue. I glanced at him. He'd closed his eyes and was breathing deeply. He'd fallen asleep. I smiled softly. Yeah, it really does. Epilogue. About a week later, at twilight, I went to Carl and Meg's house. The place had an empty, haunted air to it. I wasn't sure what would happen to it. Ben said the bank would probably foreclose when the next couple of payments didn't come in. They'd discover it was abandoned. Maybe Carl and Meg would be reported as missing, if they hadn't already, and if they had a will or next of kin, the house would go to them. If not, everything would go up for sale, and that would be that. I had decided to move the pack to a different den. I wasn't sure where yet. A few days ago, we'd spent the last full moon, our first under the new management, in National Forest land due west of Denver along I-70. New territory for us. Untainted, I thought of it. The night went smoothly. The pack fed well on deer, slept, and woke calmly. I was still getting used to the way they all slouched and ducked their gazes around me. I was relieved that I'd managed to keep everyone safe. That was my job now. Keeping them safe, keeping the peace. I wasn't sure I wanted to do what Carl and Meg had, buy a house and make the place home for both halves of my being. Or if I wanted to find an even wilder place and save it for the wolves. For the pack. Maybe I'd put it to a vote. In the meantime, I had to come here one last time. I'd picked up some flowers on the way over. A mixed bouquet, not too big. Lilies, daisies, baby's breath. Happy, colorful flowers. T.J. hadn't had a funeral. He didn't have a grave. But I remember the spot where he died, 30 yards or so from the house, toward the hills, among the prairie grass and a smattering of pine trees. At least, I thought I remembered the exact spot. I wanted desperately to remember where that was, but I hadn't been thinking clearly that evening. Walking out, I found the place where the shape of the ground looked right, along with the placement of the trees, the distance from the house, and the line of the hills. T.J.'s blood and scent had been washed away by a winter full of snow and spring full of rain. I smelled the pack. All the other werewolves running and breathing. But not him. I sat on the ground and laid the flowers on the spot. It hadn't even been a year since he died, but sometimes it felt like forever. He felt like a distant memory. Then, suddenly, I'd feel a stab through my heart all over again. I'd hear a sad song, drink bad coffee in an all-night diner like Teen J and I used to do after I got off my shift at Knob, and all over again I'd be so angry that he wasn't still here. It was a beautiful summer evening, the sky darkening to a deep shade of blue, a cool wind washing away the day's heat. The scent of the hills swept over me. I kept talking, explaining.
Well,
We got them for you. Revenge and all that. I feel bad because I didn't mean to. I didn't want to shoot her. I stopped, swallowed, shut my eyes. I'd killed her. And those two vampires, couldn't forget them. However easy it would be to call them monsters, inhuman, inconsequential. They'd been people, too. This wasn't the first time I'd killed someone, but the first time it had been Wolf who did it, out of instinct and self-defense, and he'd been a wolf and deranged to boot. It had seemed like a dream, and Arturo's two vampires had been to save myself and Hardin. It had happened so fast, it hardly seemed real. But Meg had been all me, wide awake, pulling the trigger. As much as I hated her, it still left a hollow spot inside me. I'd done something a normal, civilized person wasn't supposed to be able to do. I could still see the look on her face. I wondered if I was ever going to have to do this again. The thought left me drained. I tried again. I had to talk to TJ. I didn't come back here wanting revenge. But maybe I should have. Maybe I should have been trying to get back at them all along, and I wiped my eyes. I'd never stop crying, would I? So here I am, back where I started. I just wish you were here, too. I don't think I can do this. Even with Ben, I'm just not sure. Then, the wind stopped for a moment, and the world became very still. Quiet, like the pause before a sigh. A while back, a medium, a channeler, the real deal, not a fraud, told me that TJ was looking out for me. That some part of him was watching, not a ghost, not an angel, nothing like that. Just a presence. A voice. It sounded like my own conscience reminding me, straightening out my path a little. I heard it now. I'm proud of you, Kitty. You'll do fine. Or maybe I imagined it. Not that it mattered. It sounded like what he'd have said if he'd been here. I smiled. Thanks. I returned to the street, to my car, and drove away. Detective Hardin took me out to lunch. Nothing fancy, just a hamburger place near the police station. But it made me nervous. I wondered what she wanted. After we ordered and the server moved out of earshot, she pulled a manila folder out of her attached Krutger case. I knew it. Please, no bodies, no blood, no mauling, no death. I didn't want to help on any more cases. There's been another robbery, she said.
I needed a minute to think about that.
I was expecting death and mayhem, and she was talking a robbery? Oh, yeah, last month, the case she was working on before all the other crap happened. Any new leads? Oh, I think so. She handed me the folder. I opened it and found a couple of photos. They had the familiar, low-res, black and white appearance of security footage. The setting was your average soda and cigarette-stuffed convenience store. The site of Hardin's robberies, maybe? Instead of a blur at the counter this time, a very clear, very familiar figure stood collecting the goods. Male, dark hair, sunglasses. His partner, a woman with a big ponytail, looked straight at the camera and waved. Charlie and Violet. I couldn't help it. I covered my mouth to stifle a laugh. All a trick of the light. Hardin jabbed her finger at the picture. I knew I recognized them. We never got a clear shot before, but I just knew. I'm gonna get those too. Do you know I'm about to write a memo recommending that 24-hour convenience stores put garlic and crosses in their doorways? I can't believe I'm going to do that. If it makes you feel better, robbery is beneath most vampires. I think those two do it because it's fun. For them. I quickly added. Actually, the more I thought about it, the funnier the whole thing got. Vampire crooks?
Perfect.
Just perfect. I'm still going to get them. She put away the folder. I don't know how, but I'm going to do it. That was next on her list. She'd gotten werewolves into custody. Now she had to figure out vampires. And if anyone could do it, that made me wonder. Last full moon. What happened with those werewolves you arrested?
She blew out a sigh.
I commandeered a whole row of cells at County. Put silver paint in them. Put each one in a separate cell. Got all my people out and watched the whole thing on closed-circuit TV. Never seen anything like it. She shook her head, and her gaze turned vague, sliding to a different place, like she was recalling a nightmare. I suppose she was. One of them kept throwing himself against the bars. I thought he was going to kill himself. In the morning, he had welts all over his body, from the silver, not from bruising. The others snarled at each other for 20 minutes, then paced back and forth all night. We had our own zoo, but it worked. I think we can hold them as long as we need to. Give them something to eat next time. Raw meat. It might settle them down. Okay, thanks. I was curious. What did you think of Dak? I had to look in an encyclopedia to figure out what he even was. African wild dog? Where do they come up with this shit? I shrugged. Who knew? It only demonstrated that just when you thought you'd come to the end of what could possibly surprise you, something did. I'm in over my head, Hardin said. I keep wondering which one of these things is going to get me. I keep going like this. Something is going to get me. I couldn't argue. She was like me. When this happened to me, I'd started reading.
Delving.
And that only touched the surface of what might be out there. Do you remember Cormac? I said. The assassin? The one that went after you?
Yeah.
You should talk to him. He's in Cannon City in prison, she snorted, interrupting.
About time.
That guy's a menace. Yeah, well, his family's been doing this sort of thing for generations. He knows things that aren't in the books. He can help you. Give you some advice, maybe. So, I go talk to him, pick up some pointers, maybe get a few months shaved off his sentence for helping out. I perked up. Can you do that? Now she sounded frustrated. I'll consider it, which was something. For once, I felt better after a meeting with Hardin, rather than worse. And this seemed as good a time as any to ask the big question. Do you want to come on the show? I'd love to interview you. One of the first paranatural cops in the country. No, she said, glaring and stabbing into her newly arrived plate of French fries with her fork. Ah well, I couldn't have it all. Mercedes Cook resumed her concert tour. The fallout from the public announcement of her vampirism was mixed. She was taken off the cast of the Anything Goes revival. The producers were fairly blunt about not wanting to be a party to the potential irony of having a vampire play the role of evangelizing Chanteuse, Reno Sweeney. But her concerts sold out for the remainder of her tour. She added another dozen shows, and those sold out.
She was in demand.
I had a feeling the whole performance gig was a sideline for her, and she didn't much care about getting kicked off the musical. Or that her concert popularity was skyrocketing. For her, it was all a means to an end. I wondered, in how many of those cities on her tour did she inspire mayhem? How many revolutions did she leave in her wake? And how many others like her moved from place to place for the purpose of manipulating the players on their own personal game boards? And finally, at long last, the book came out. Check another one off the dream come true list. I got to sign books at the Tattered Cover bookstore. Awesome. The late evening event was totally last minute. I hadn't planned on it because I hadn't planned on being in Denver when we were setting up all the publicity. But as they often do, the plans changed. And there was the book in hardcover with the title blazoned across it, Underneath the Skin, with a cheesy subtitle, Life and Lycanthropy, which explained it all, really. The picture was from my trip to DC last fall, me walking through the crowd on the last day of the Senate hearings, my face looking up, determined, ready for the battles ahead. I hadn't felt like that when the picture was taken. I'd felt like I was drowning. Ben, in his polished lawyer guise, was at my side, calm and ready for anything. He'd help me get through it. Better yet, people even showed up.
A whole line of them. How cool was that?
The line even stretched to the end of the room. A really interesting mix of people made up the gathering. Some of them I expected, a couple of clusters of folks dressed all in black, with stripy stockings, corsets, dyed hair, eyebrow rings, the whole 9 yards. They stood right next to people who would have been at home at my parents' country club. And everyone in between. I even smelled a couple of vampires and lycanthropes. Because of that, I wasn't surprised when the line moved forward and Rick appeared in front of me. We regarded each other for a long moment. I spoke first. Did you get the car back okay?
Yes.
I even refrained from sending you the cleaning bill for the interior. You mean you didn't just, "Aw no. I have some dignity left." I grinned at him. I had to appreciate a vampire with a sense of humor. I wanted to thank you, he said. I couldn't have done it without your help. I'm glad everything worked out. Meaning, he was glad he didn't get Ben killed. Me, too. So, you owe me big time, right? He only smiled. Can I ask you a question? You can ask. What's the long game? He considered a moment, glancing briefly around at the line of people waiting to get their books signed, at others who might be listening. I didn't expect him to actually speak. But he did, his voice low. Vampires have long lives. Long memories. Their strategies aren't planned in terms of years or decades, but in centuries. From the start, they've asked the question, how much power can they get? How much can they control? How many lives? How many cities? Can anyone control it all? What would happen if one person, one being, could control it all? That's the long game. Control it all, I said, baffled at the concept of trying to plan anything past next week. And here we were talking about centuries.
Why?
Who'd want to? That is a question I hope I never learn the answer to. He seemed tired. Sad, maybe. The smile hid pain. Some of us refuse to be a party to it. We keep our pockets of chaos operating. This isn't over, is it? He shook his head. We'll always have to watch. For usurpers, for invaders, for the ultimate evil descending upon us and stealing our souls. All of the above. I didn't want to know. I changed the subject. Someday you have to tell me about Coronado. I want you to tell me where you came from and how you got here.
The whole story.
No dodging. All right, I will someday. Then he produced a copy of the book, which he'd been hiding behind his back. He gave me a gotcha look. Can I get mine signed, too? Happily, I took it and wrote with the most flourishing handwriting I could manage. To Rick, always look on the sunny side of life. Love, Kitty. Then Ben and I got this great idea. Well, I had the idea, borrowed it from Ahmed, the werewolf I'd met in Washington, D.C., who didn't hold with packs and fighting. But Ben made it happen. Found the place and did the paperwork to set up the business. He let me tell Sean about it. I picked up Sean after he got off work and took him to the storefront on the east side of downtown. It had been a bar and grill until a few months ago, and would be again or something like it, maybe with luck. Sean knew the place. He gave me a startled look when I pulled out the keys for the front door. It's yours?
Sean asked.
Ben and I picked up the lease. I led Sean inside. The fixtures had been gutted, which was fine, because I hoped we could redo it all. The bar and shelves behind it were intact, but everything else was a wide open expanse of hardwood floor. Potential incarnate. I told him about DC. There's this place run by a wolf named Ahmed. It isn't anybody's territory. Anyone's welcome there, as long as they keep the peace. Wolves, foxes, jaguars, lions, anybody. People come there to talk, visit, drink, play music, relax. No pressure, no danger. You understand. He nodded, donning a slow smile. Rick's Cafe. I shook my head. No, it's got nothing to do. His grin broke full force. Not that Rick. Casablanca. Oh, that Rick.
Yes.
Exactly. Ahmed subsidized his place with a restaurant, but this has to be a real business. It has to support itself, and there aren't enough lycanthropes around here to do that. So it has to be real, open to the public, everything, and still be a haven for people like us. And we need someone to run it. Do you think you can handle it? Totally, he said, not even a spot of hesitation, which gave me confidence. Absolutely. That's where the stage goes, for live music. He marched to a corner and turned, sweeping a circle with his arms. His eyes lit up with plans. And no TVs. I hate TVs in bars. And maybe we can have a private room in back for the pack. His enthusiasm was infectious. This was going to be good. I could feel it. He said, You know what you want to call the place? I've had some ideas. Do you have any suggestions? He was still looking around, gazing in every corner, studying every wall. New Moon, he said. I could already hear Billie Holiday playing on the sound system. I could smell beer and fresh appetizers, hear an espresso machine hissing away in the corner, sense the press of bodies around me, all of them smiling. Nobody fighting. I like it.
I said.
We'll stay open all night, he continued. Feed the nightclub crowd on weekends. We'll need a liquor license, and he kept going, spinning out plans, and I happily basked in the knowledge that I had chosen my minion well. In the end, Mom was right. She'd been right the whole time. Every single phone call she made to me when I was on the road, asking me when I was going to come home, making all those pleas. She knew, and I should have known, that I'd come back eventually. For Mom's birthday, we had a big party at their house. The spirit of celebration was headier than usual. After facing the possibility that one of these birthdays we wouldn't have her anymore, we were determined to make a production of it. Cheryl had decorated the living room with streamers and balloons, which the kids couldn't keep their hands off. Then Jeffy started crying when Nikki popped one in his face, and Cheryl stuffed all the balloons in a closet after that, and Dad distracted the kids with wrapping paper and boxes, the best toys ever. I'd brought a huge ice cream cake. The whole family was there, relatives I hadn't seen in years stopped by, and with all the cake, snacks, and sodas, the whole place smelled like too much sugar. The medical gurus decided Mom's cancer was stage 2. The prognosis was still good, as she kept saying. She was recovering from her second chemotherapy treatment. We tried to schedule the party, so she'd be mostly over the effects, and the plans seemed to have worked. She was up, well, and smiling. She still had her hair, but not her appetite. We'd filled the house with her favorite foods, and she couldn't eat any of it. But she didn't complain. She was determined to put on a good show for our guests. I felt a shadow over her, from what Arturo had said at the hospital. That she was still sick, the cancer was still there, waiting to strike. I thought about telling her with the idea that she could do something about it, we could attack it, really stop it. But I didn't tell her. No matter what we did, we couldn't know if the cancer was all gone. And Arturo could have been lying about it. All we could do was wait, which we'd have had to do anyway. Cheryl and I were friends again. Not that we'd ever stopped being friends. But we were sisters, and sometimes that was different. We could take each other for granted. We sat on the sofa together, kvetching. It was cool having a DJ for a sister, Cheryl said, pouting a little. I miss you just playing music all the time. You used to dig up the best stuff. Like you ever listened, I said. I always did graveyards. What do you think I listened to when I was up with the babies at midnight? She had a point. I let the warm glow of the compliment settle over me. My sister, my big sister, listened to my shift. I used to think you had the best stuff. I think you're the one who got me started on the whole music thing. She narrowed her gaze. Did you ever give me back that Smith's tape? Oh no, we're not starting that again. Mom, as usual, intervened. What about you, Ben? What kind of music do you listen to? He doesn't like music, I said, glaring. Ben occupied a nearby armchair, nibbling at a piece of cake and trying to be unobtrusive. He looked at me, feigning shock and hurt. At least I thought he was feigning. I never said that, he said. I grew up watching MTV just like everyone else. Cheryl said, and he's old enough to remember when MTV played music. I rolled my eyes. Ah yes, the battle cry of Generation X. Now I had them both glaring at me. I gave up. I stood and headed toward the kitchen. Anyone else want a soda? Mom watched all this, beaming, queen of all she surveyed. I stopped to hug her as I passed her chair. She was still sore, but her returning hug was strong. She'd make it, I knew she would, no matter what Arturo had said. When I closed the fridge, I looked up to find that Ben had followed me into the kitchen.
Can I talk to you a minute? He said.
What is it? Something serious, I thought. Had to be. He had this look on his face, this too somber and intent expression, like he was getting ready to do something difficult. To defend a client he knew was guilty. To break up with a girlfriend. We stood for a moment, regarding each other, leaning side by side against the counter. My arms were crossed, his hands were shoved in his pockets. He was working up to saying something, and I wished he would just come out with it. I was starting to get nervous. Can I ask you a question? He said. I think I already said yes, didn't I? He pulled his hand out of his pocket and held it out to me. It was cupping a box. One of those little black velvet boxes from jewelry stores. I stopped breathing. Honest to God, I stopped breathing. I thought since we seemed to have gotten the wolf side all straightened out, if maybe you'd want to make it official on the human side. He opened the box, which was good, since all I could do was stare at it, completely dumbstruck. Sure enough, there it was. A diamond ring. I looked at him. You're joking. Oh, come on, even I'm not that big of a jerk. No, I'm not joking. Kitty, marry me. And I still couldn't breathe. My eyes were stinging. I knew what to say. A shrill, obnoxious voice inside me. The DJ voice, I'd always thought of it, was screaming, "Say yes, you idiot." Yes. This was the most surreal thing that had ever happened to me. Then I realized it was also one of the coolest things that had ever happened to me. I was about to burst, and that was why I couldn't speak. But something was wrong. I swallowed, thinking there must be some kind of mistake. It's silver. No. White gold. I thought it'd be funny. He shrugged and gave me the most sheepish, adorable grin I'd ever seen. And it was funny, and I laughed and threw myself at him, clinging to him, and he held me tight enough to break ribs, and I said it, yes, yes, yes. What the hell's going on in here? Ben and I pulled apart. My sister stood in the doorway. I was surprised to notice I didn't feel at all like she'd caught me at something, like I usually did. No, I felt very, very smug. Cheryl continued giving us her demanding big sister glare. Ben regarded her a moment. Then, with an obvious and dramatic flourish, he took the ring from the box, held it up to show her, lifted my left hand, and slipped on the ring. He looked back at her with a smug glare. I was grinning like an idiot. She shrieked loud enough to crack glass.
Ben krinade.
Oh my God. Then she ran to the next room and shrieked again. Oh my God. Guess what, guess what, guess what? At least she'd left Ben and me alone again. I pressed myself close to him and nestled happily in his arms. He held me like he wasn't going to let go anytime soon, which was just fine. I felt him breathe out a long sigh. I could almost guess what he was thinking. That's going to be my sister-in-law? He said, "You have too much family, you know that?" Impossible, I said. You can never have too much family.